Good morning. I'm just doing a radio check. I'm nobody. Just checking in to make sure my speakers are working. My mic is working over.
Do you read me?
I read you, Amy.
Amy.
I think. There you go.
Yeah, I was on mute. Sorry, we hear you loud and clear. And Brent, you're I think I was on mute when you asked your question, and we can hear you. Your audio is good.
Roger that, Todd. Out here.
Buddy. Thanks you guys for joining already. We're just doing our systems checks. I'm gonna go on mute. Actually, I'm just gonna do mute on this guy.
Okay, so Todd, can you see, you should be seeing the NADPM workshop. Welcome.
Yep, we got it.
All right, we got decent audio. All right, you should have a better view of it now because I just gave you full screen.
Can move up.
Huh?
When we start, we can move up.
I got a chat, I got a video box. At some point, you know, I can drop the participant unless it gets to be a problem.
Are we on mute?
All right, we're going on mute here until we get started in about 8 minutes.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Hey, welcome everybody. We're gonna get started here in about 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Can I get a quick reaction if you can hear me and see me? I think we're good. All right. My name is Amy Holmes here at North Atlantic Division. I am the strategic integrator to the regional directors, and I'm also the acting chief of staff right now. And it is my pleasure to welcome you to our 2022 Project Management Workshop. And what we've got for you over the next 3 mornings is going to be, I think, great content. We've got some great speakers lined up. And I would like to introduce the workshop facilitator, Mr. Todd Bishop. Todd is the section chief for special projects at Europe District. He's also a supervisory architect. And I'm going to turn it over to Todd to introduce our regional directors. Over to you.
Great. Thanks, Amy. And again, Todd Bishop, excited to be here, excited to come on this journey with you. We've got a lot of great things going in the next 3 days. And so to kick it off, let's do a quick opening remarks, or not quick, it'll be however long we want to go. But first off, we'll jump into our regional programs director, Miss Karen Baker. We'll turn it over to you for opening remarks, and then directly following Mr. Rhino Koenig as our regional business director to kick us off today.
Hey, thanks, Todd. It will be quick. I'm going to just make a few short remarks, and I want to get on to the content of the day. Thanks to all of you for joining us. I really appreciate the entire team pulling this together. I want to thank Amy and Todd. We have on the line Andrea Bias-Streat from our headquarters, from the PPMD COP. I'm really glad to have your leadership and have you join us as well as Rich Bros here in the room with us, and many people on the line who've helped us to make this happen. This is the third time, and in I won't say as many years, we had a few stops and starts, and I'll talk about that for a moment. But we have held this PPM programs workshop. Really it started a few years ago, where pre-COVID, with a bit of what we call sort of a train the trainer. We brought in a small group of program managers, that, some very seasoned ones with some very new to the NAD programs realm, and did a lot of coaching and one-on-one sessions and training. But it got to be, it was a very popular format. It was a workshop seemed to have a lot of meaning to folks. And when as we had COVID hit, we started to think about this very differently. And Amy put together a very successful session last year, virtual, and found that really worked very well for a lot of people. First of all, we obviously have more people on the line. I think we're counting we're up to 50 or so right now, 114. So in just the time that I've been sitting here, it's grown quite a bit. And we're looking forward to seeing people throughout the day and throughout this week. The great thing about it is we can have more people participate. We can have that crosstalk in the chat, as well as you have that opportunity to kind of come in and out and take which one of these segments work well for you. And I really appreciate that Amy has worked hard to make sure that you can also get professional credit. And I know that we'll be talking about how you do that later on during the sessions. But this is a time for you. This is a time for you to take away what you can, learn some new things. There was a lot of careful design that went into this. I want to thank our district program managers, as well as our folks here at NAD and the program staff and the business staff, in helping us to try to put something together that would be useful to all. You'll note as you look through this program, and I know that we'll both, you have that in front of you, and you can look at this, that by design, this is not just for program folks. It is for, we really want to talk, and the reason that we do this is also to create some synchronicity between our other elements, our real estate functions, our council, and our E&C community as well, and how we all pull that together. Because really, that project manager is responsible for pulling all of this together and helping to deliver that, and all those elements. Not all those people report to you, and that's the challenge. You got to figure out how to work together collaboratively. And I think we're going to get some great insight this week on how that we make that happen. And that's something that we work on every day at NAD, and work really hard to be seamless as we can. And given that, I'd like to turn it over to my battle buddy, Rhino Koenig, our regional business director, to make some remarks as well. All yours, Rhino.
Okay. Thanks, Karen. And, hey, I just want to say thanks to Karen personally for really being the brainchild behind this. This is a very, very unique and positive workshop that's just keeps getting better and better the 3 years that had been put on. But Miss Baker, Karen is my battle buddy, but she's really been the brainchild behind this, and certainly want to say thanks to Amy, and Todd Bishop and Rich for really putting this all together, and certainly a lot of folks online here and that'll probably join us later to really make this a positive experience and a positive 3 days. But Karen really did provide the leadership. It just seems like yesterday that we were all sitting over in the Reserve Center doing this, before COVID, and Karen had a Rubik's Cube out, and she was turning it around and talking about what it means to be an enterprise leader, which program managers are and project managers are, and I just thought that was a great way to talk about how important it is to think in an enterprise manner when you're trying to get something done, which really is the life of a PM moving forward. We've really done a good job. I just can't commend the team enough about the way they've basically taken feedback after every one of the sessions we've had and really improved the agenda and really making it worthwhile. And we don't really call it the project management business process anymore. We call it project delivery business process, because really it takes a whole delivery team to really put anything on the ground for one of our stakeholders. And as I look over this great agenda, and I'm working off the split screen here this morning, looking at you all and then looking at the agenda over here, I just see some great great sessions, and certainly kind of being one of the senior leaders that lives in both worlds, both the PM world and the E&C world, and seeing those things on Friday where we're going to really talk about E&C and PM synergies, across the board. I just think that's going to be a great discussion and a great opportunity. And I personally have done the very best I can to clear my calendar so that I can participate as much as possible to the learning that's going to go on. So I just want to say once again, congratulations to the entire team for pulling this together, and hope everybody's able to fully participate across the board for the next 3 mornings, as Amy said, and really don't forget to take the opportunity to fill out the AAR comments, however we're going to do that, because those will, I promise, directly impact how we do this and what we talk about next year. So great job, and just really looking forward to the next 3 days. Over.
Great. Thank you so much to our senior directors for kicking us off. And just, I want to also highlight, we're up to 132 participants, as has been mentioned. We anticipate a lot of dialogue, and as we get into the presentations, each day you'll see broken out. If you flip over to your workshop agenda, there will be 4 sessions today. We'll have breaks scheduled in between each of those 4 sessions, and just as we move through this virtual environment, you can reach out on the chat, you can raise hands, and the presenter will have, the ability to, I will jump in and kind of interject if there's a question that we need to jump into at that moment, or if it ends up being at the end. So kind of work through as we move through the process, but let's go ahead and jump right into our first session. So we have on the line Ms. Andrea Bias-Streat, Deputy Leader, Program and Project Management Community Practice. And Ms. Andrea, if you'd like to do a little intro before you kick off, so we can get to know a little bit about yourself and your backdrop, and then we'll turn it over to you. The floor is yours.
Okay, let's get this done. Let me share first. I don't get myself messed up here. Sharing that screen. Let's see if I can put it in slideshow mode. Okay, so I'm assuming you guys can see the screen.
We got you. Yep.
Oh, perfect. Okay, so just a little bit about me. I hold North Atlantic Division near and dear to my heart, because I feel like I grew up in the Corps of Engineers. I grew up in the Baltimore district. So graduated in 1987 from the University of Maryland. Yes, I graduated at 2 years old. No, just joking. So I have an undergraduate degree in civil engineering from the University of Maryland. So just a brief history. I started with the Corps probably in maybe 84, 85, but I only did summers with the Corps when I was a student at Maryland. And so I will tell you, the Corps of Engineers had a phenomenal reputation. I had always heard stories that the Corps of Engineers would go into classrooms at the universities, and they were just hiring and say, look, as soon as you graduate from this college, we've got a job for you. I thought, wow. And all the professors would actually use the Corps of Engineers, the standards that we've set, as their standard. So I was really impressed with that. So came on with the Corps in the summers in 1988. Well, I graduated in 87. And so I was considered a direct hire at that time. They hadn't yet opened up what they call the JET program, but when they did in 1988, I guess it was April of 88, they switched me over because if you know anything about the JET programs and Army interns, you're free to district. So they said, look, we're switching you over so we can get some free money. And that was a really good experience. After I finished what probably was an 18-month to 24-month rotation in all the divisions in the Baltimore district, I found my heart in the structural section in Baltimore district. So I stayed there for a good dozen years. And an opportunity opened up in the Europe district at that time they called them life cycle project managers. So I transitioned over. I went there for a couple of years. And then I came back to the Baltimore district for another 6 years or more, back to the structural section. So around the time I came back and things were kind of kicking up, there was this thing called Y2K, right? And they thought, okay, the world's going to end as soon as the clock switches over to the year 2000. And so it was a really good event because nothing happened. But that really opened my eyes to the area I was pushed into for a little bit, which was emergency management. So I guess I was there for a good 4 or 5 years. And then this whole thing with PDBP was starting to take hold. And so I've always been one to, I figure if something new's coming, you need to be at the forefront. Might be messy and all, but be at the forefront of the learning curve. So I helped to deploy P2 and the PDBP. So if you've been with the Corps long enough, there were like, oh, I swear, at least a dozen, maybe 16 CDs. In actuality, I still have them. Can't play them on any of my devices, but I still have it. Another opportunity opened up in the Baltimore district where they had a PM service center. So didn't know much about it, but I applied for the job and it was a 5-year term position. Took the job. Lots of wonderful things happened there. I think that office is still going, and maybe some folks on the line from that group today. And then opportunity opened up at headquarters. I took that opportunity in 2008. So I started out at headquarters on the military program side. And like I said, if you're old enough, you remember folks like Joe Tyler, Mr. Tyler, and folks like that. So I worked for Mr. Tyler. I was in the P2 area and delivering the DMRs. At that time, I think we were having them monthly. And then the position that I'm currently in now was advertised. I applied and I was moved into that position, which is the deputy for the PPM cops. I just wanted to give you a little background. I've done quite a few things. I even did a little bit of work at the Transatlantic Center when it was a center. Now it's a division. So got some history there. So I'm going to move on. Just making sure you guys can see my screen, correct?
All good. Yep.
Perfect. So I'm just going to talk about 3 things today. I'm going to talk about the program and project management community of practice. I'm going to talk about the project, should be delivery business process. Sorry about my spelling, but I was up till about midnight working on these slides. And sometimes you miss a few things. And I'm also going to talk about career development. But I will say it's all wrapped around delivering projects. That's it. That's what we do in this organization. We deliver projects to our stakeholders. Okay, so this is sort of the makeup of the PPM community of practice. And it goes beyond that. I always call the PPM cop the cop of cops, because PMs lead project delivery teams, which deliver projects. And those project delivery teams are made up of all the other communities of practices. So right now, at leading that effort, our COP leaders are Mr. Stacy Harada on the mill side, and as an interim for now, we have Mr. Wes Coleman. And so both of them have a phenomenal amount of experience in the organization. You could say they've been around the block a few times. So on the military side of the house, for the PPM COP, we have Rhonda Bath. She's on the line. Rhonda, I think you're on the line. If you're on the line, you can come off mute, give a shout out, and turn your camera on so they can see you.
Good morning, everyone. It's nice to be here.
Thanks, Rhonda. You want to give just a brief background about yourself?
Well, I started out with NAVFAC in my career, but due to BRACs and BRACs, I came over to Army Corps, started out at Savannah District, and then moved over to Charleston District. Eventually became the military branch chief there, and then took a job here at headquarters. So.
All right, thanks, Rhonda. And so on the civil works side, representing the COP, Eddie Durant, I think he's on the line as well. Eddie, please do the same.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Similar to Andrea, I hold NAD near and dear to my heart as well. I started in with the Corps in the Norfolk district. Prior to that, I was with NAVFAC Mid-Atlantic, and I worked at the Pentagon with DOD as the Chesapeake Bay Program Coordinator for the Department of Defense, and I've gone in and out of the government and private sector for probably the last 25, 30 years. But really excited to be here and work with Andrea. It's a great team, and as some of the stuff you'll see today is some of the really great initiatives we're looking at to really put the focus on project delivery. So good to see everyone.
Thanks, Eddie. All right, so as you see, the top box we just covered, the box, the lower left, you'll see the DPM form. And so that's all the DPMs, or the Deputy District Engineers for Program and Project Management, around the Corps. So they more or less, how can I say, charted themselves, and it was highly supported by 3-star generals. General Semonite, I'm trying to go back to the other generals, General Spellman. They love this group because they get more or less, I call it unfiltered feedback about what's really happening. And sometimes, sorry about this division, sometimes the information that comes from districts to the divisions up to headquarters, you know, it's like any story, it changes slightly. And so there are times when the CG wants to hear directly from these DPMs and find out what's going on. So right now, the co-chairs of that group is Mr. Donnie Davidson out of Memphis District and Nick Fernandez out of the Albuquerque District. So all the DPMs are part of this group. They try to meet at least once a year, which they've already done. And I believe they'll probably have another face-to-face likely in November of this year. On the other side, you see the steering committee. So the goal of the steering committee is really to work on all these initiatives, to find out what's happening in the field, what are the systemic challenges and issues. And then across districts and divisions, we try to coalesce around things that are more systemic and try to work to bring solutions to that. Also sitting on the steering committee are the last 3 program and project managers of the year. So I'm not going to talk much on that because I know I'm limited on time and I want you all to be able to ask some questions. And so at the bottom, I kind of touch on what I believe are our strategic focus areas and special interest groups. And I'll talk a little bit about that in the next slide or so. So there were at least 3 things that was happening to us. There was a terms of reference back in, I guess, 2017. I'm thinking it was General Simonite. He assigned all of his MSC commanders a terms of reference, and it had a very specific topic. General Spellman was assigned terms of reference number 4, which was improving PM skills. At the time, PMBP, PMPs, the whole thing. That's what he was charged to do. What came out, one of the things that came out of that was the fact that, okay, maybe we should shift from PMBP to PDBP, because what they found in some of the discussions they've had across the enterprise was the fact that a lot of PDT members didn't see application of PMBP to them. They thought it was just for project managers. It's really for all of us, how we deliver programs and projects to our stakeholders. So that was just one of the things that came out of that. But that truly, what came out of that entire terms of reference is one of our huge focus areas. And then in 2019 came an IG inspection of project management. I will tell you, there have been lots and lots of rumblings and issues, not just internally, but externally, what's going on with the Corps of Engineers. So we get an IG inspection of project management. Strangely enough, it more or less mirrored the terms of reference. So at least it wasn't a pile-on of different things. But in June of 2020, we got a AAA audit of Civil Works fiscal closeout. And just to let you guys know, we weren't doing a great job at closing out projects at all. And so you know how it works. Once you deliver, quote unquote, the project to the stakeholder, people are gone. They're assigned to other projects. They're running for the hills. They don't care about an AAR or lessons learned. They are gone. There was a bit of some acceptance of that just because a lot was going on. We had a lot of work. This AAA audit really pointed a spotlight on the fact that we needed to close out our projects, right? So even the small things, if we don't transfer those projects over to our stakeholders, we hold a lot of responsibilities for those projects, right? They're looking for us to maintain them, all these things if we don't transfer them over. So those were some of the nuances that came out. The other part was the fact that, you know, we've had a huge turnover in our workforce. And the whole process of properly closing out a project, especially a civil works project, a lot of folks didn't know. And so I will tell you, we tried to cover down on really how to close out a project when we updated our project delivery business processes. So I'm going to go to the next slide and we can move on. And as you know, you'll hear more. I'm not sure if you're going to hear it in this workshop, but there's a lot going on with the Promise team in modernizing Promise. You'll hear more about that. If not in this workshop, you should be seeing the emails that come out from that group. Okay. So I put this as PPM comp details because, you know, you just met the 3 of us, right? Myself, Eddie, and Rondo. And these are all the things we're trying to cover down on. and this is just a little bit of it. There's more, right? So there's a lot going on for just the three of us, and it's hard to stay on top of all of it. But not only are we doing those things in the middle, we're covering down on prospect courses, and some other initiatives too. Okay, I just want to give you an idea of some of our activities and initiatives that we're working on, either currently or things that are bubbling up. I don't know if you've heard about it, but we are trying to put together what we call as an enterprise risk register, a one-stop shop for identifying risks, mitigating them, and this tool we're working on. It's meant to be that for anybody can go in and look at all risks in the organization with filters on very specific types of projects, districts, divisions. We want folks to kind of understand and see what's going on around the organization, right? Because it may help you on your project. The fact is, we aren't really doing a great job with our risk registers. So there's some improvement that we could all make. But this tool is really meant for PDTs to get some ideas on what they should be thinking about when it comes to project risks, all sorts, from all your PDT members. So more to come on that, not in this presentation, but you'll be hearing more on that as we are trying to roll it out at the beginning of FY23. Next item, enterprise lessons learned. Interesting enough, I don't know if you guys know how to get there, but from the home page of the Corps of Engineers, and I'll put that in the chat window after I end this presentation, that you can get to Qualtrics, right? Qualtrics is the tool that we've used to house business processes as well as logging your lessons learned. And so I'd say a year ago, I approached the Qualtrics team looking for ideas. I mean, we've been waiting for a one tool for enterprise lessons learned. Military programs had theirs. Even before that, there was some tool that it was burdensome, it was bureaucratic, difficult to use. So my charge to the Qualtrics team was just give PDT something simple to use, all right? You click on it, you type in a lesson, you submit it. The other part, trying to find what's in there, you go into the lessons learned tool and you search, right? The goal is keep it simple. There's not one project delivery team member that wants to spend or can afford to spend an hour trying to log in a lessons learned, right? Can't afford it. The next initiative we're working on, and this is really meant to help us deliver in an expeditious way, is a direct hire authority for project managers. I don't know if you guys realize it, you probably do, but it can take anywhere from 3 to 6 months to hire an individual, right? But, someone can leave the organization instantly, right? And if you retire, maybe a month or so, but it doesn't take that long to leave the organization. And what that creates is an extreme gap, right? And so what happens is a lot of times when people leave the organization or they retire, and if they don't have that replacement in place, and more than likely they don't, they pile it on to the next guy, right? So not only does he has his projects, he's got someone else's project that he's not even familiar with. When I say his, I mean him, hers, whomever. It's to pile on to whoever's standing there, right? And that really does not help us to deliver well. Something that's been going on the civil works side, the next item are change control boards. So if you don't know about change control boards, smile and consider yourself very fortunate. If you do know about change control boards on the civil work side, I've probably made you feel a little pain. And so this board was in place because of back in 2013, the Assistant Secretary of the Army for Civil Works, we didn't know at the time, but we found out in 2013 that they were actually tracking the information that we were putting on our justification sheets that we send up through ASA, OMB, and Congress. So they were seeing cost increases that were threefold the authorization, fourfold the authorization, and they thought we had no control. And the fact of the matter is we didn't have any control, because folks were just, increasing their costs, that we weren't following our own policies and guidelines about getting our costs certified and following our own rules. And we were, quote unquote, exposed, right? But we got on top of it. And so now the goal is to bring a lot more visibility on cost overruns. And folks in leadership, either at the districts and even at the MSCs, General Spellman has also included what he calls CCIR number 8. So anybody having a cost increase or a schedule expansion, they've got to submit a report upwards. I think it was yesterday I got one. I think there were like 6 CCIRs submitted by SAD, and I thought, oh my gosh. So that just shows you there are some problems we're having. And like I said, what the steering committee tries to do is to get at the root cause of those problems and help bring solutions. This last bullet, I call it scheduling standards. And that's an emerging thing that's going on. And so, General Spellman has been, and General Graham and all these folks at headquarters have been focused on what our schedules are telling us. And General Spellman, I don't think this is a quote, but he might say those schedules aren't telling him much, right? Either we're not meeting the schedules we put in place, or when he's holding DMRs and DRCs, no one's willing to own the schedule and what those milestone dates are and what the expenditures are and things like that. No one's willing to own it. So I will tell you now, there's more coming on scheduling standards. I don't think that one's going to be pretty either, but that'll be one of the things that we'll have to work on. I'm going to stop here for a moment. I want to take questions because I realize I don't want folks holding it in. So I want to pause for questions. Is there any question in the chat window that might?
I'm not seeing anything in the chat. I do see someone with their hand raised, but I'm not sure if that's just an oversight. If you want to kind of check your status, there's 1 or 2 that have hands up, but I've reached out to them privately and haven't got. Okay, we got a couple hands up there. Bradley, do you want to go ahead and ask your question?
Bradley, are you on mute? Oh, sorry, mistake. But Cliff Watkins indicated he wanted to know, are we expecting an FY23 rollout of scheduling standards as well? If we do something on scheduling, it won't be at the early part of FY23. We are really just getting our arms around it. All we know now is that schedules aren't looking good. So to roll out the standards, I think it's going to be a progressive type rollout when we do this. It might replicate a civil works project. We'll roll out some standards, see how it works, and then we'll roll out some more standards and we'll see how that works, right? And it's hard to find good schedulers. You know, I've been in the districts, I was in the districts, and early on when we started using P2, the use of P2 became other duties as assigned. We didn't necessarily have schedulers. I'm not sure if they're asking them questions. We didn't have schedulers years and years and years ago. We had sometimes we had budget analysts or program analysts, and their focus was really financial, right? So people used to say P2 was used as a checkbook, right? Or cash register, right? So if that's your focus and you're using that tool, that's what you know. You are using that tool for what you know. But I think we're actually in the midst of changing that, right? And trying to make sure we have good schedules, right? And that the people understand and are trained and have experience with scheduling. So I think there's more to come on that. I don't see any other questions, so I'll get to moving and talk about how am I doing on
Andrea?
Yes.
It's Rich. Hi, good to see you again. I mean, we worked together for so long. I mean, I probably can't even remember how long it's been. But one question I have, and I don't know if this is the appropriate spot for it and all like that. So I know that like you've addressed issues with some of the problems. So we had a long-standing problem with RMS, and they kind of fixed that issue at one point. And I think they've got that one working. We've been having some issues with CFRMs and the connectivity between, you know, the software and stuff. And I think more of a bigger problem is, are they really addressing, I think it's the latency problems of the network in and of itself. It's the time it takes us for like a PM or a scheduler to actually do the transactions that are required. You know, where some of these things take, it's like you wait like 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20, half an hour. You know, sometimes you're logging in and it's logging you out, which aren't necessarily software issues, but are systems issues. And I mean, do you have any insight on what's going on and what ACIT and SIO is trying to do to fix those and address those issues? Over.
That is I hear that often, and I have no idea. All I know is that with regard to the cybersecurity and these patches and all this add-on stuff, you would think that we were a top secret organization, right? And it's bogging down the system. But I really recommend, and I don't think anybody's going to do that, but when you start quantifying what the latency does to your organization, right? If it takes you a half hour for 50 people in your organization to log in, there's a cost associated when it goes on. And so nobody really pays attention when we say latency. They're like, yeah. When people say this is costing my organization $100,000 a day, then people start listening. So I haven't heard much about it, but I think when we identify those issues, we have to put it in terms of money, because money talks. That's all I can say.
Okay, thanks. I mean, I'll work that. I don't know if you've seen the stuff that Mark from SWD did. He actually just did a 30-day spreadsheet that he set out. And it was just for like a 30-day period from March 17 back. And it equated to all time, and he did that kind of stuff. And it broke out to about a $1.9 million loss in man hours and time. You know what I mean? Like, and I'll work those numbers with the folks in the region here. And I actually track all the P2 downtime, and I'll put numbers against what PMs are and with the system being down. I mean, I can work those numbers and send them to you to give you a little more, I guess, a little more bang for the, for the issue.
Yep. And I will push that comment over to the Promise team. And I'm also going to push it up to the PPM COP leaders, right? They sit on all these committees, boards, whatever it is. Look, they need to start speaking about how much it's costing us, right? Because it's always about, well, you know, our data is not that good and this and that. Well, you give us a responsive tool that's decent. So anyway, off my off that box.
Thanks.
A little bit. You're welcome.
Thanks,
I
Rich.
see,
Yeah, there's a couple more. It looks like you saw them in the chat.
yes,
Looks
I
like,
have.
all right, I'll let
So,
you jump on those.
okay, I'm looking at Phil's comment. It says, what part or phase of schedule is the issue? Design, planning, acquisition, or construction? I'm going to say yes, 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 and yes. All of it. All of it. We don't spend enough time planning how we're going to deliver the project. I think the issue is more, I think it shows all the issues more so on the civil work side, but the military has the same side, right? So that's the part with the schedule, all of it, all of it. Okay, so Joe Rath says, will the standard schedule be used across all USACE mandatory, and how will this be enforced? Well, that would mean I would have to have a crystal ball and actually be chief of engineers. I used to say I would love to be the chief of engineers for a day, but I think I need a month, right? At some point in time, the schedule is the PDT's schedule, right? And so that's all I can say. It's the PDT schedule, right? And we got to be reasonable. I will tell you too often, I say too often, thanks, Karen. Too often, I hear selective PDT members that the PM did this, the PM did that. Well, then if you're a PDT member and you say the PM did this to me, then at some point in time, you've got to elevate things to your leadership up the chain, right? Because sometimes the PM needs to know, look, if you want us to work together, we've got to work together, right? We've got to buy into our schedules. We've got to buy into our cost estimates. So, and this is the part where folks have got to dig deep into their hearts, right? You got to say, do I really know how to develop a cost estimate for my efforts, right? And do those cost estimates for my efforts include how I interact with the other PDT members so that we can refine the products that we're delivering? So there's a lot that goes into that. And so, and then did my supervisor sign off on this cost estimate? I despise hearing at the very end of a project or close to the end that the technical lead says, well, this isn't a quality thing. And I'm wondering where they were at the very beginning of the project. Why did we get to the end of the project and you're talking about quality? You are supposed to have those quality expectations up front and be very specific about what it means to have quality. Mike says, does USACE have a plan to integrate workload analysis and PDT resource scheduling via enterprise business tool, integrate workload analysis? Actually, they do it now. I think we're doing it now, but I do think that if our resource loaded schedules are not good, the business tools and the data we get from it won't be good either, right? So, and it's really got to be a bottom up effort. Sometimes in many cases, it's bottom up and top down to come up with a good solution. But anything that's coming from the PDT, it's supposed to be the best we have, right? Because you're on the ground, boots on the ground. So the things that we're doing as project delivery team members, we got to be spot on. We just have to be, right? Because if we aren't, we're going to get challenged and something's going to go sideways. Yep, I like Joe. I like what you have there, what you indicated that all PDT members need to have buy-in and work the common goal of a project award, execution, and closeout. Thanks, Joe. So I'm going to move on because I know I'm probably running out of time. When does my time end?
We've got until 20 after, so we still have a good chunk of time left on this session till
Okay, no
9:20.
problem.
We're doing great. Let's just continue the presentation and the dialogue, and we'll give you warnings as we get closer. Todd will.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, let's go to the next area, PDBP. So this has been a long process. I want to give you some history and what's going on out there. So 2009, there was this very unofficial manual called the PMBP manual. That's when it was published. It had all these processes. They appeared to really focus on project management. I should have shown a picture of it, but I'm like, no, I'm not going to rehash the past, right? So I remember I told you about the terms of reference number 4 that was completed in 2018 by with General Spellman leading that team. One of their recommendations was to change it from project management business processes to project delivery business processes. But then, interesting enough, I mean, first of all, it was everybody got tongue-tied as well, right? But they also realized, but just changing that wasn't enough, because leadership says, our goal is to deliver projects in the organization, right? That's what we do, right? And so our business processes needed to reflect that. So in 2020, and I'll tell you why it happened in 2020, we started updating the PMBP manual as a project delivery business process manual. Interesting enough, in 2009, the PMBP manual was an unofficial publication, right? And so as publications, headquarters publications started cracking down, any any official publication, we could not reference an unofficial document. So at that time, I realized, okay, we're going to need something really that falls into one of those official publications. Also, we're going to have to focus on the entire team. We're going to pull in everybody in this puppy, contracting, real estate, environmental, all these programs, as well as engineering and construction. So in 2021, towards the end of 2021, we brought all of these processes up to date. So in 2022, during COVID, I'm gonna tell you, we did this all virtually during COVID, trying to get a document, and I'll say it's over 400 pages, signed by all the SESers at headquarters. It's like aligning all the planets in the universe. I'm just saying, it's been an uphill battle, but I will tell you, I'm close to the end. So let me go to the next slide. So what we did, we made it an engineer manual, and when you see it, hopefully, Office of Council releases it soon. It'll be EM 5-1-11, and it was purposefully given that number because I wanted it to be a real companion to the ER 5-1-11. Like I said, it's over 400 pages. And so we are at the stages of getting feedback. Now, mind you, we had well over 130 folks, probably about 130 folks from around the organization participate in multiple updates, in updating the document. So this got a lot of visibility. And even after those teams did their work, we sent those documents out to the enterprise. So she's gone now. Bernie at headquarters, she had the masterful hands, and she could send an email to anyone. So sorry about that. My throat's getting a little dry. So a lot of folks got a chance to take a look at these documents and comment on them. I'm thinking we got maybe 200 comments. And so we kind of rolled back and updated the documents based on the comments. We had to reformat the document because it seems like every 6 months, Army comes up with new reformatting for their official publications. General Spellman has provided a forward for that document. And so when I said all the SESers have to sign, it's this 04040 form, right? That is a headquarters publications, more or less, release form that all the SESers have bought into this particular document. So we're at the last 3 signatures. Mr. Cooper, who's chief counsel, he and his staff has the document. If you don't know anything about headquarters, generally any publication, official publication that comes out, Office of Counsel has to see it, and they are generally the last to see it. And so it's in their hands now. And then after Mr. Cooper signs off, Mr. Harada and Mr. Coleman will sign off on those documents as well. I will tell you, at the same time I sent this document to Office of Counsel, I also sent it to the headquarters publications group. So I was trying to gain some review time in my schedule. So everybody's taking a look at it right now. Those people, my last few people. I haven't heard anything major back from any group yet. So I will tell you this is an optimistic schedule because I've already missed my issue date, but at least it is in their hands. All right, so this is how we plan to roll this puppy out. So I've already started coordinating with all the deputy cop leaders at headquarters, and our goal is to roll it out jointly, right? And so we're planning on webinars, both in, face-to-face as well as recorded webinars between now and the end of September. We'll do it regionally and by cops. In the slide deck the draft slide deck that we have, it's customizable. So, and that's the PDP manual is customizable. So we're not going to get detailed. You're not going to see truly detailed processes and reference documents because we can't do that. I will tell you, sometimes it seems like every district operates like a small business, right? But the goal with the PDB manual is to get folks to more or less operate close to being a franchise. So the documents that you'll see that will come out in the manual it provides, I call it the 80%, and it gives flexibility for the regions and districts to customize even further. And it's based on what the needs are for your organizations as well as your stakeholders. So you'll get a lot, hopefully you'll get a lot of value in that. After we get this publication completed, signed through headquarters publications, we're gonna break it apart. Each process or reference documents, we're gonna upload it into Qualtrics because that's what we did with the PMBP manual. So we're gonna replace the old documents with the new documents. Some people say, what is Qualtrics? No worries, we're gonna have a short recorded webinar on how to use Qualtrics. It's truly very simple. And we are expecting that there will be a small influx of new processes in the next 12 months or so, because folks will see the manual and say, it sure would be nice to have this, or it would be nice to have that. One document that I am hoping to have real soon as an appendix to the project management plan is a real estate management plan. It doesn't seem very important for military, but I will tell you for civil works, it is absolutely needed. Real estate is always the long pole in the tent. So I think that's really a necessary document. And so that team at headquarters, the real estate team, is actually working on it. So it won't be part of the manual, but our goal is to add it to the manual when it is ready. I'm going to stop here and see if anybody has any questions. Questions?
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything in the chat, and if there's anyone that needs to speak out, just please either do so or feel free to raise your hand in the system, and we'll grab you.
Okay, thanks. I'll move on to career development. I'm pretty much, I think I have 1 or 2 slides to go. I didn't dive too deeply into career development, but I will say, and hopefully this will come out before the end of this month because they're ready now. We just have to get signatures on them. Is an updated program and project manager career development plan. It'll be the 4th version of it. It doesn't differ all that much from what's already out there on the PPM COP website. I think the nuances of what's different, I don't know if you've heard, but DAU is no longer promoting the facility engineering career program. And that was part of the earlier version of the PPM CDP. So we've removed all of that. The other thing that we've added to this CDP is more hyperlinks, because what we were finding that folks were unfamiliar as to what they should know about a particular skill or what have you. So there are lots of good hyperlinks to gain insight and information and even training. I'm all about free training. So anytime I come across training that the enterprise can get for free or cheaply, I like to do it. So I don't know if you all participated in International Project Management Day, but everyone in the organization had an opportunity to attend, and you could earn up to 26 professional development units if you held a PMP, and you could actually convert those PDUs to CEUs or PDHs, professional development hours. So, so it doesn't differ much, but it has a lot more links. I call them friendly links to help organizations out. And so the other one, which is a very new one, we haven't had it before, is the Project Management Scheduler, CDP. This is something that the organization, I told you, we're trying to get our emphasis and focus on scheduling. And so this was a really somewhat contentious, but initially we had planned a career development plan for schedulers to include construction schedulers. And only recently did construction ask us to pull out references for construction schedulers, because they want to take what we have and customize and expand it. So we said, we'll do that. So the PM scheduler CDP has 2 levels, right? And so I'm hoping that construction will add on with either a 3rd level for a standard for construction schedulers. And that's when it goes over to the RMS group, right? Once you've awarded your contracts, right? You're using the contractor schedule, and you're also working at within the schedule we have in P2 for the project. So more to come on that, but hopefully you'll see those documents this year. The Program Analyst Career Development Plan, I call it TBD because, you know, the group's still working on it, right? There's a lot out there for program analysts, and we just want to make sure we nail it. So we had a big focus on the program and project managers as well as the scheduler. So I'm going to pause here for a moment. Any comments or questions so far? I think I'm close to the end here. Let me see. That's it. All right, Amy, you have a question? Oh, I see some questions there. So Athena says, yes, PMs are having to step up to the plate and review construction, design, bid builds, and design build schedules. This in-depth training is needed. Absolutely. Absolutely. Mike Darrow, can you talk about PM certification and what the focus is at headquarters? What should we as DPMs be focusing on and promoting at the districts? Well, so how does the old DAU FE 301 convert to the new? There is no new. There's facility engineering is gone as a career program within DAU. Now, there were some people in the organization that were considered in the career program for program management. Very few, I'd say a handful that I came across. But I would not take DAU totally out of our discussions because there's a tremendous amount of very, very good free training out there. So go get the training. Use it for what you can use it for. I'm gonna go back to Mike Darrow's PM certification. So Mike, this is for DPMs and leadership in districts. There's a career development plan version 3 that's currently out there for project managers. And so I will say we've identified specific skills that we believe PMs should possess consistently, classes that we believe support their career development, professional development, and project delivery. There's some classes out there that we've identified that we believe PMs must have. And I say we, I'm gonna go back to that structure of the PPM COP. This is the buy-in from MSCs and district reps for this PPM COP steering committee. So that's what you should focus on. In fact, even out there on the PPM COP website, we even crafted an individual development plan that included those classes, right? So that's what PMs should be focusing on. And if there's something missing, DMs have the flexibility to add more stuff, right? If there's a gap in what we've identified, you can fill that gap with what you believe should be included to develop your project managers. So if we're consistent, it's because we're not even using the standard that we have out there, the career development plan. So can you talk about the shift from CP18 to CEI-CF? I don't even know what CEI-CF is.
Barry, do you have any input on that? I know we're moving away from the career program 18 and it's transitioning, but yeah, do you want to jump in on that and give a little explanation?
Sure. Hi, Barry Kimber here, Norfolk District PM. I got on this email chain from the Army Career Tracker regarding the shift from CP18 to construction, engineering, and infrastructure career field. That's the CEI-CF. And it's a migration, and I just didn't know if that was being embraced by Army Corps. I'm assuming that it is. I just hadn't seen much of it from PPM COP folks or from headquarters or division. Over.
You know, Barry, this is the first time I've heard of it, but that just tells me I need to reach out to CP18 to find out what's going on there.
I'll send you the email that I got on it recently. Yeah, Andrea.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But I will say this about CP18. So, and you guys may have seen that some time ago. Project managers were thrown into CP51, right? Across Army. Or I don't know if it was just Army. We were thrown into career program 51, which was administrative and business or whatever it was. And I will tell you, it was almost a riot within USACE because a lot of project managers are engineers. And they're like, why are you throwing me, taking me out of engineers and scientists and throwing me into some administrative, what they believe was a clerical field? Well, what CPA team did, and they didn't communicate it well, anyone who was overseeing or managing a project, they call it 51%, truly, generally project managers, they did an auto switch from CP51 to CP18. So I was thrown into CP51 and now I'm in CP18. I had to do nothing. So I think they did it automatically, especially when the CP18 group sat at headquarters. Recently, I think within the last year or so, they moved that group outside of headquarters. But in any case, the switch was made. So it is my belief that if, and you can go out and check, get on My Biz and look at your the stuff for yourself. It'll tell you what career program or career field you're in. If you're in CP18, my guess is, if I'm reading this right, if you're in CP18, you're going to switch over to whatever new career field that aligns with CP18. So I don't think you have to worry about that. But back to Mike Darrell's question about the difference between level 1 and level 2. Mike, if you actually look at what's laid out in the career development plan for level 1 and level 2, I'm not sure where the confusion's coming. So we can talk offline about
Andrea,
that.
Hey, Andrea, it's Mike. I guess the biggest, the broader point is, I think, the plans are out there, but, in all the DPM forums, the PPM cops, since I've been to DPM, we really haven't even talked about them. When we used to spend a lot of time getting our folks certified in Norfolk. Maybe I missed the boat, but that hasn't been a focus of us. And I haven't really seen a lot of stuff saying, hey, we want every PM's got to be level 1 certified, by the first 3 years. Not as aggressive as the planning community, I guess. But I'm very cognizant of the planning career field and their requirement and the tracking. It's very decentralized, and I don't think there was a lot of focus. I'm glad the new manuals are out there, but I haven't seen a lot of focus to make sure everyone was certified and reinforced. That's what our goal was.
That's a great question. That's a great question. So I will tell you this. Yesterday, the front office, and I call the front office, General Graham's executive officer calls me. He says, Andrea, General Graham is getting questioned by General Spellman. He wants to know, do we have a requirement for level 1 and level 2 PMs, right? So I will tell you the career development program is optional, right? There is no requirement. A community of practice can't make it a requirement, as well as the planning group. They can't make those things a requirement for employment. What they can do is they can make sure that having those certification levels or PM certified at those levels, they can use that to assign projects. So there are two, and this is what I told the executive officer yesterday, there are 2 documents that I know of that specify level 2 project managers. That is for mega projects, there's a requirement, and I will tell you, out in the South Pacific Division, they are cracking down on unassigning PMs who are not level 2 PMs to those projects, right? You can make the call as the senior leader in your organization who assigns a PM to a project, whether you'll assign them because they have the requisite skills, experience, and training, the whole thing, to manage a project. That's probably a good thing. In fact, the mega project guidance says that every person on that team they should do a deep dive into their qualifications to deliver a mega project. The second document, so that's the mega project, that's an ECB. And Kenny Simmons and I don't know if he's on the line yet, but yeah, he may talk about that a bit. But anyway, the second document that I know of is the Inland Waterways User Board. I have it on my desk. So I'm only going into your office once a week, but there's a report that the Inland Waterways User Board put out requiring that if you're a PM managing a critical inland waterways project, that you must be level 2 certified. So have they cracked down on it? Not yet, but I suspect because we are experiencing extreme cost growth on some of our projects, especially the mega projects, people are going to start digging to see, how did we get here? And so even for mega projects, I always tell them, if you sneeze on a mega project with a mod, some cost growth, that's $100 million sneeze. I haven't seen anything for a mega project that when they sneezed, it was only a couple $1,000s, right? It was $100 million or more. So, yeah, we need to get a bit more compliant or more focused on how we are assigning people to projects.
Looks like there's a couple other questions, and I'm just giving you a time check. We've got about, seven or so minutes left. There's one out there from Amy. If you could provide or review the requirements that are necessary to be eligible to be nominated for PM of the Year or Program Manager of the Year. It's come up in some regional conversations. And Mike, you may have responded to that. I'm not sure if that was your comment responding that they need to have a PM certification. But and Andrea, do you have any comment on that? The specific requirements?
Okay. So you are not required to have PM certification, but it is a requirement that you should be on that road, right? So if you just want to be PM of the Year because you think you're great and you haven't had any training, no experience, no skills, I'm not sure why someone's nominating you. Maybe you're just a great person, but you need to be participating in the career development plan. And so the outline for the nominations, we actually outline what those requirements are. I don't think I have enough time to cover it in 6 minutes, but it's actually on the PPM-COP website. So after I'm done with this, I will provide links in the chat window to where you can get that information.
Okay.
And so we keep an open door. All you have to do is either pick up the phone, do an MS Teams chat, send an email about you're having problems, or you can contact your steering committee representative. And so, Scott, you're it, man. You don't bring these up in the steering committee. Okay.
Yeah, that was kind of more of a comment from Athena was indicating, and back on day one, it feels like there's maybe some need for steering, that was her impression of certain requirements. Steering is needed for the things that are being shown or from back in 2012 or none at all with the toolkits or the training plans at that early indoctrination day. So just a good reminder, to get a consistent message out there.
Yeah,
I think is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, but I will say that NAD picked up 2 PPM-COP awards last year. I think it was PM of the Year and PDT of the Year for honor or merit. So one thing that we do is that we put out the packages, the winning packages, for those who get the award. So, it's an open book. If you want to know what they did, read those winning packages. Okay. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Nate. DuPont, Foods Wrap, PDT of the Year. Exactly. So Nate, I think you're going to have a little webinar about what you need to do. Continuous training is key, but we need the framework. Exactly. Got it. All right. I don't have anything after this, but I'll hang on for a bit. Like I said, I'm going to put some links into the chat window before I chime off, you know. Okay.
Yeah, thanks again, Andrea. Any last calls for questions before we close this session? We do have a couple of minutes left if there's anyone else. Otherwise, we can just kind of move into our break and get staged up for the next session.
Hey, Todd and Andrea, it's Scott Coney. So I did just want to piggyback on a couple things. So I am the steering committee member, DPM representative from NAD. Tom Shea's on it as well. So, I mean, Mike Darrow hit it on the head, right? And I'm as guilty as anybody. I probably don't do as good a job pushing level 1 and level 2 certification. But at the same time, look at the list of requirements to get level 1 and level 2 certified. I'm not sure it makes you a better PM. What I will say is spending a whole bunch of time working with your teams, progressively gaining experience, working on more and more substantially challenging and complex projects with challenging stakeholders. That's what makes you a better PM. And I'd rather focus my energy working with you on that than filling out a bunch of forms and documenting a bunch of things. And our business model makes that a challenge, right? It's direct charge rate. That's all. That's what everything's driven by. So, if people are interested, you need to advocate for yourself. You know, we're here to help you, and I say this to all of my PMs all the time. I'm happy to give you the work you're looking for, the challenges you want, but you've got to own it too, and you've got to own your development too. So it's definitely. The career development plans are just that, they're plans. I know there are expectations that people are going to go from an 11 to a 12 to a 13 to, you know, becoming a DPM in 5 years. I will tell you that with 35 plus years, I still don't know all the answers. You got to build a depth and a breadth, and I think that's a really important thing for folks to remember. But I would encourage you all to keep pushing us, especially us old dinosaurs. So thanks, Andrea, for everything, and for everybody out there, you know, definitely, you know, keep plugging away. Being a PM, you know, I think it's one of the most challenging jobs in the Corps. I also think it's probably the best job in the Corps. There's a lot of days I wish I could go back to being a PM. So, thanks. That's all I wanted to say.
Thanks, Scott. That was great.
Great. Hey, Andrea, thanks so much for this session, for the words of wisdom, for the guidance that you offered. It looks like Amy's going to put some links out there for the SharePoint. So just a reminder for everyone, during the break, there will be some info pushed out related to how to claim CEU credit for attending this session. And Andrea, thanks again. We appreciate your time. And then I think we'll just go ahead and jump into a break. Right now we have a scheduled break from 9:20 to 9:30. So we'll be back online in 10 minutes. To mute for now, unless there's any alibis before we drop. Okay, hearing none, we'll thanks again, Andrea, and we'll jump back online in about 10 minutes at 9:30.
Thank you.
Hey, Amy. Mind if I share?
Absolutely. Stop sharing them.
No, it's okay. I didn't know if you wanted me to right off the bat or not.
Hey, Patricia, is this your screen or are we still on Richard's?
You're still on Richards.
Okay, so you present?
Um,
Is that what you're asking?
Yep.
Okay. Why don't we can we pause just for 1 second? I want to share just a quick link to the reporting just while we're at the beginning to
Go
give
for it.
people a quick heads up. So then why don't I share real quick and then we'll all stop sharing and then you can jump to yours.
I
Does
think
that
this
work?
is mine now, so you can just take it over and then I'll go back. Thank you very much.
Uh-oh, did I share the wrong screen?
Says
Can you
survey and PDU
survey?
reporting.
Okay, perfect. Okay. So welcome back. It's 9:30, so we'll, as we get ready to kick off, just wanted to put a reminder out there. Amy sent out a note related to this link. It's this new survey and reporting. I'm just giving you a quick screenshot, but when you hit this link, it's in the chat, and for reference, there's a bunch of links within the chat, so you can kind of scan through those. And there's one that I just posted, and Amy put a good mention out there that this can only be done once. So when you click that link that's in the chat, it's going to take you to this form site. There's just 3 short pages. It's going to put in some quick personal data as far as your name info, your license number, and then it'll give you a little suggestions tooltip. And then once you submit, you can't go back again. So for example, I already tested it out. So my response has already been submitted. So just a heads up for everyone. Use that link, just a reminder now, and then we'll give this reminder again at the very end so you know where to go to, request your credits. And then I'm just gonna stop sharing and go ahead and turn it over to Patricia, who's going to be our next speaker. And Patricia, if you don't mind just doing a quick intro to let us know who you are, where you sit, what you do, and then go ahead and we're going to jump right into project cost management with Patricia for this next session.
Sure. Just 1 second as I All right. I'm going to unshare for just 2 seconds so I can get the right screen here to get my video on. Does everybody hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
Let's switch audio.
You're fine, Patty.
All right. Thank you.
You're on mute with that new device.
All right.
There you go.
Thank you very much. Go back to sharing. For some reason, when you do that and you share, you have the multiple screens, the WebEx turns into a small one, and I couldn't get to where I could do what I needed to do. So welcome, everyone. I'm Patricia Bolton from the North Atlantic Division in the Engineering Construction Division. I work under Mr. Alan Huntley and Mr. Koenig, doing probably predominantly recently cost engineering, but also value and design management. I came to the Corps around 15 years ago after 10 years as an engineer officer, another 10 working for a design build as a PM, and then got my foot in the door as cost, only because in the prior life when I was with the AE, the business manager left and they asked, since I was implementing Timberline, if I would take over as the business management. But that kind of focused me into the cost end a lot more. Something that, frankly, I looked at a set of drawings and would not want to have anything to do with quantity takeoffs or anything like that. but I learned a lot. And in the Corps, been working, from time to time. I've been either deployed or I served as a resident in Israel, largely cost with the New England district. But more than anything, I just really, through the experience and working with the Corps, found true new life and invigoration and a passion for myself in cost engineering. And cost engineering, not estimating, that we go to contracting folks who get, they're buying things. It's more purchasing and acquisition. But cost engineering and getting the cost right and the importance of it in the Corps, and truly working with the PM, COP, and everybody in understanding what it is that they do and the value of the tools that they have that are important for you in project cost management. And I say project cost management because it's directly related to and important for cost performance for a project to ensure award. So I'll move to the next slide. And I'll let you know, a few of the slides I put up and they're on the briefing, mainly as a backup information for you to go to, so you have some resources. However, I'm certainly going to highlight the key ones as I get to some of the main and the primary focus of the meeting at the end is to focus and inform you as to what it is that you should be getting. That's your tool. Because the PMs, the engineering and the technical team are going to continue to design. But how do we manage that design and the cost and the scope, if you would, to ensure that we have that project award? That's something you're keenly, I'm sure, interested in. And so the purpose here is to get you better informed to be able to use and talk a little bit of the same language that we do, and also ensure that you know what to get. So here's the contents. I'm going to go from the purpose down to development, talk a little bit about schedules, quantity, contingency, and then the main thing is quality of what it is that you should be getting. Now, this slide is not intended to be insulting, but oftentimes in cost engineering, they need a number. I'm trying to get everyone away from seeking a number because you're not really getting the true value of your project. The cost in the end should be a true measure of your design scope and the specifications. So we're going to get away from that and really look at what's the full product that you should be getting. But first of all, I'd like to get to a few things in the background and what cost engineering is and the importance of it. And the big thing in dealing with your stakeholder is dealing with them and ensuring that we have that credibility. You also want to ensure that you have the independence and upholding the agency integrity, the integrity of the cost estimates, what they have and what they provide and the value of them. And we're also, according to the FAR, ensuring that they're not overpaid. So then why cost engineering is a great tool for management? A number of reasons up above, but they're only good if you get the documentation that you need. It's a measure of the scope and design. Very quite clearly, you would see if the cost estimates developed well, you would understand then where those cost impacts and drivers are with the design team. What can be changed? Identifying the risks and focusing the effort on reducing them. Of course, it's really important to keep them on time and within budget. That's where knowing your CWEs ahead of time and understanding them is important. We really should not be waiting, and this is where P2 data is so important, that actually reporting the CWE as it is, including your base and your options, is important. Internally to the PDT, deciding some of those design decisions. We've had many times where some design and very good designers want to build you the best. However, is that really a good government model. Cost drivers, the missing of the scope is really important also. Don't want to have an IGE that in the end, when you're done, you miss some of the scope. So then we have many rules or regulations by which cost engineering is driven, many in the FAR and public law. So we're supposed to be using, per the FAR, government estimates to evaluate the bids and evaluate the proposals. For the schedule of payment development also. Public law, all construction costs shall be prepared as though the government were a prudent and well-equipped contractor. This is something that's a little bit challenging for someone to understand. We're not a contractor. We don't have the tools. I don't have subcontractors that I normally deal with as I had beforehand. But now I have to estimate what that contractor would look like. And we include all of that in the estimate. And then at the bottom, FAR 36.203, we need to maintain that confidentiality. And the UAI requires them developed by the cost engineering organization for many of the reasons of independence that were identified beforehand. I'll continue. So there is a larger group of individuals. The COP is actually relatively large. In the core, we are the biggest. That being said, we work on the right with a number of different groups in the Department of Defense, OSD, the Air Force, Navy, and Army. This is a panel that works together to develop some of our regulations and the support requirements that we have, including the M2, the cost book database, some of the engineering regulations that we have, but we do try to work across the board with the Air Force and the Navy on theirs. Many of them are referenced. You'll see that the policy on the left is a number of different ones that impact us. From the FAR, cost accounting standards, and the UAI, the acquisition instruction. And we cover many programs. So we use the M2, there's H2, PACES. I won't even get into all of them, but there are a lot of them that are very valuable to the quality of what we provide. So it's not all based on just M2. And that's one thing that I would say right now up front, M2 is not a great communicator of what it is that's being done. And that's something that we in the COP understand and are working to change. It's just, it takes a little bit of some time. So that being said, meanwhile, I always encourage you to go and sit down with your cost engineer at the desk to understand what's in there. So we've had a number of resources on the bottom. You'll note that we have had some cost outlooks done by IWR. They have economists that work with them. A GAO audit has influenced us. And also an analysis you'll see on the right of the quality of the estimates in the backup databases that we use, including some of our historical knowledge base. So going into a little bit more of the policy, and these are a little bit
Sorry,
less.
Patty, hate to interrupt you, but there was a couple of questions posted in the chat.
Oh, I did not see. Thank you.
No, that's okay. I think we should address
Can you read
it
them?
before we move on. It's just covering the topics that you're doing over.
Yeah, here I'll grab
Okay.
the questions so you can follow the presentation, Patty. The first one is, are there instances where a unique project is developed where the IGE reflects closely the contractor's proposed costs? From Joe.
To restate it, you're asking if the IGE is very close to the contractor costs?
I believe that's the question. Joe, you can jump in if I misread that. Yeah, he says yes. That's
Yeah, oftentimes actually some of our best estimators, when you really do the due diligence underneath it, if I see consistently, honestly, estimates that aren't within the awardable range, meaning within the 15%, we probably have a quality issue. The detail, if there some time, and it takes a while to build a cost engineer. Oh, by the way, people, for some of you know that Scott was talking about some of the older people around here. We've been doing it for 30 years, but I'll tell you, if you've been doing cost engineering, at least, and the certification requires at least 4 years of experience, but through that time in doing it, you really get an innate, get a good thumb on where things should be. But we do all the detail in it first, and then the checks. I think most of your good estimators, you're going to be within 5%, quite honestly.
And then we've got another kind of, I guess, related question from Athena Hunter, who said, do you research commercial costs as a cost engineer? Do you call around market research costs, et cetera? Whose responsibility is it to gather these costs if it's not in any cost table that you can retrieve readily?
And that's one of my key points of the entire briefing. Thank you, Athena. So you start with a cost book. That's just parametric. That's the class 5, class 4 estimate. After that, and you really want to get to a class 3, you need some of the actual costs in industry right now. So there's a huge misconception that it's just
Hello.
out of the M2. Pardon me? Someone said hello?
Hi. Good.
Oh, we got a hot mic, Patty. You can keep going. We'll see if we can turn
Okay.
that off.
Okay. So Athena, yes, and most importantly, you do get, especially in the materials, current cost estimates and quotes. We don't just escalate everything. You get actual labor. Talk a little bit about that. You get some of those actual costs. Other than that, you've got a very low level cost estimate. And that's where getting the information underneath about what's being developed helps to provide you that assurance. So these are the UFCs. The UFCs and the guys there are for all of us in DoD. They're tri-service. And some of these are used, for instance, the facilities pricing guide and the parametric and the programming. All of those, the top 3, are more for your programming level estimates that are in the PAC system that don't have some of that higher classification, or pardon me, more well-developed class estimates. So there's some of your initial ones that are in 1391s or prior to detailed development, which is done in a PDR 3086 for military or for the class 3 for the feasibility report for civil works. I'm going to continue if there's nothing else. I put the list here. There's a number of cost engineering policies that are written at EMs and EPs. They're here for your reference, but see your cost engineer. I believe there should be probably a little bit more work in integrating. As we know, sometimes we have a lot of these regulations that maybe we need to pull a little bit more information. But until that's done, I think that you'll see that there's, increased integration, at least within the divisions, and we're trying to work with that. And I think Joe Forcina and his group, and also the mill, George DeMarinis, Tom Harnedy, for helping to integrate cost and some of the other stuff that I do in their speak to the PMs, because it really is important for you to understand some of these issues. So these are certain concepts per the FAR. Basic concept is cost versus price. Just a little talk about that, because the cost is an estimate on the cost to construct. So that's exactly where we're getting some of those detailed in industry or subcontractors or what have you estimates to the production and cost of the materials and to construct and build. The price is that competitiveness. It's what comes into the play with your number of bidders that might be in there, For instance, you might have a price that may be a little bit higher, but I've seen it in, for instance, in bids, in a bid room where a contractor will come in with 2 envelopes, look around to see who's there, and then put one down and not the other. They might have one that's a little bit lower and more competitive, or one where they feel that well, I look around here, I think I can push it a little bit higher and get more price. But is that fair and reasonable? And that's where the determination using the cost engineer is important. Because they can help you to talk, not just contracting, but if they've developed that estimate and there's a lot of that quality that you know about it also, to have that check on the contractor. Okay, what was your assumptions? I mean, this is not even a negotiation. This is just like, okay, understand, why is it so different? What are we doing here? Do you understand the project? Tell me about the project. What do you see? What's your impact to the construction? Where's your source of stone? Simple things like that. But in the end, when it comes down to no matter who does this, the ownership of the IGE, if it's done by an AE or your internal cost engineers, it's owned by the government. So if that AE has done it, it needs to be the same quality and standards if we did it. Meaning they need to provide you the same backup that the cost engineer would have in order to evaluate it. That being said, we need to really look at the AE task orders to ensure that they are actually providing what we need to be able to assess it. So there's your cost engineering profession and certification. It's very important to have certified cost engineers in your districts.
Hey, Patty, we got one more question coming up for you. If you can take it.
Sure.
This is from Joe Grundy. For in-house or AE design submissions, does NAD want the design manager to share with the project manager immediately for developing the CWE prior to engineering review and updates, or should it be shared after a complete engineering review?
Sharing it, and we've run into a couple of projects, very high visibility with stakeholders. The estimate needs to be reviewed internally first by your cost engineering team, and not independent. Nothing is ever independent, but also with the technical team, because the cost engineer should be reaching out on some of them to ensure that, and we'd open up the specs. You should be opening the specs. It's important to me. I need to know what kind of SSSP they're doing with the painting and the blast to clean the surface. It drives your cost. So if the AE is giving you something, if it's external, and it's not to standard, it needs to be rejected so that we get the documentation up front and immediately. If we provide comments that we don't have it, we need to do that check up front that we're getting what we need. Otherwise, they're going to push it to the next design submission. Now we're being forced to take a look at a CWE bit where the base estimate, the quantities may not be commensurate with the project. Something looks a little off, and this does happen. And we need to push that AE to give us exactly what it is that we have in our contract with them.
I think
But no, don't
hey,
share it. Yeah.
Yeah, just to follow up on that is Joe was asking if it's okay to share with the PM the internal PDT
Oh,
for
yeah.
the CWE.
So I think that's ask your cost engineer. That's the first person is your cost chief, because he might really want to just take a look at it first and make sure that, okay, this is something it's talking about CWEs. Once you get to past the 65%, that's becoming more of an IGE and shouldn't be shared. But up to the 65%, I think the most important thing would be to use your cost engineer to build you a report. And he can build a report with the PDT that helps to communicate that a little bit better with the M2. The challenge we have is, again, M2 is not a great communicator of the cost. So sharing it with you, I would tell you, I don't look at the reports without using the program because you just can't tell what's in it the way it's built with the markups and stuff like that. So I'd encourage you to ask them for a report out of it. Sound good? Okay.
Thanks, Patty. And he's just confirming. So don't share the CCE with the PM after 65% until it's been reviewed by cost engineering.
Just don't, the main thing is, well, take a look at the number. Okay, where are we at? Get a sense from the cost. We should be talking to you. It's not a closed door. Okay, even if there's like something that comes at 95%, well, verbally talk about it, what we need to do. We don't want to have a closed door. We need to work with each other, and you, the PMs, are the ones who are most interested in it. So it shouldn't be something where it's closed hold. The main issue is not sharing it with the stakeholder. We need to be
Thanks for
very
that.
careful
And
about
Scott,
that.
go ahead.
Yeah, hey Patty, it's Scott Oconee, and I just
Scott.
want to reinforce what you just said, and I appreciate it. There are no walls on the internal team. So it's important to understand the difference between a current working estimate and a government estimate and all of these things, but there can't be walls. The PM may know some things about scope that they've developed from the stakeholder that maybe the AE missed or maybe the cost engineer isn't aware of. And so the whole internal team needs to be talking. And I get really worried when I hear about these walls between engineering and PM or PM and construction. And the whole idea of the project delivery business process is that there aren't any walls. And Patty's absolutely right. We don't go take the estimate and run off to the stakeholder because suddenly our AE estimate is 25% lower than their PA, or maybe it's 25% higher than their PA. But we should have the internal conversation, and I just want to reinforce that, Patty. So thanks for saying that.
Yeah, thanks, Scott and Patty. And just to kind of wrap up that conversation, there's another comment that's related to it from Athena that talks about, hey, well, stakeholders, senior leaders are constantly asking for the cost of the project in respect to the PA and budgets. And so I don't know if you want to touch on that, but I think I'm hearing that's still an internal, it's still an internal member. Well, I guess that's a question about external stakeholders. Where does that information go if a senior leader's asking?
The sensitivity is that, when you start getting into upper management, of course they want to know. They have a right to know, right? But I think that at least getting a fair assessment as to the quality of it up front is really important, so that you can qualify it, possibly communicate that we're still trying to get some major issues resolved on this that could be significant to the actual estimate. So that's where we need, and this is where I'm going later on in this, is understanding the quality underneath the estimate, not just markups. Do we have really a good sense of what the project is and the measure of it? Scott, do you have anything to say about that? I think that was... Okay. Should I go on?
Yeah, there's some feedback coming in on the chat. I don't know how to quickly, I think it's all related to the same conversation, so it might be something offline. Joe, I don't know if you want to just jump out and, share the comment.
Hey, good morning. This is Joe Rath, Huntsville Center. Yeah, I just wanted to, kind of add on and say it's very excellent advice. Oftentimes, the PM has to be that bridge to knock down those walls and to get everybody to, be cohesive, because I think sometimes the different PDT members have their little empires and want to hold things close at hand. But I've had pretty good success where I work in the ESPC program to get everybody on board and to utilize my experts, engineers, contracting, all those folks, cost engineering. They're all vital to the success of the project. So this is very good to hear coming from you folks. Over.
Thanks, Joe.
So can you hear me?
Yes.
So this is Joe Grundy. I don't know if you meant Joe Rath to say a few words or myself, and I was the one that brought this up. So I just think it's, and it's just something that came up, and I saw you were giving this talk, Patricia, and unfortunately I ran into a situation with a design manager who has many, many years at the Corps, refusing to share a cost estimate from an AE until it was thoroughly reviewed by cost engineering. And his temporary supervisor actually mentioned your name, saying that a while back they were told by you not to share outside of the engineering division until a thorough review. And I'm hearing what I suspected is that it's not to be shared to the external stakeholders. So I don't know if it's something that you want to try to communicate, you know, directly to the different divisions and districts, just so we don't run into it again. I mean, it slowed things down and it just created a headache that just should not have, because we have to work together. But I appreciate the great dialogue. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. And I do think though that create the relationship though, right, Joe? That's the big thing. It's not just a piece of paper. It's not just a number. You know, get over there, talk to them, build a relationship with your cost engineering chief, because that person can really facilitate and influence some of the design or get you the right number. But we've been burned many times, and that's probably where that came from. I'd certainly open that up and have that kind of dialogue with the cost engineers, but they're going to be, you know, it's work it in your districts, and I can certainly have a dialogue with my cost engineers. Okay.
Great.
Thank
And
you.
then, so there's a few comments coming in. I think we'll just take this last comment and then let you jump in, keep going so we can keep you rolling. And again, if anyone didn't have their question answered, keep bringing it up, and we'll make sure we'll get that. Hopefully we're getting everybody. There's a comment from Johnny Grandison. Sometimes external stakeholders need to go and get the money, so that's why they're asking for estimates. When we're crunching against the end of year or other time constraints, we try to frame the cost expectations to get funding in place on time. So a lot of sensitivity to that, you know, timing, you know, situation. But if you have a comment on that one, Patty, go ahead, and then we'll let you jump back into the presentation.
Timing, I get it. Okay, we need to take a look at this and if it needs to be addressed, I mean, there can be, this is the risk you run. There can be significant issues with that estimate. And forcing it before a review and getting it to the stakeholders can be significantly risky. At least get them to look at it. Give them a day, for goodness sakes, you know? At least then you get a sense of what might happen. I've been dealing on a couple of projects where that has been a significant issue and resulted in huge, I mean, even worse later on. Oh my gosh, now it's gone up 35%. Well, the estimate in the first place wasn't vetted. So, can you hear me? Because my VPN stopped and started again.
It glitched for just a second. You know, I think we're hearing it. I don't know if it just paused or if we missed a little bit of it. And then Johnny just followed up with, we do have to let him know the final estimate is not completed. So, yep,
Just get it from the cost guys if they got to ramp it up and give you a contingency because they know there's issues, and then have the dialogue with them. I mean, together you have to share that risk, right? And give them the time. Oftentimes that design comes in first, then the cost is lagging another week. Let's get these AEs to get it down and get it right.
All right, looks like you got a split second. You can jump to the next slide, Patty.
Done. Good. So there's and why are we talking about some of this? There's been issues. There was a huge audit back in 1988 and then reinforced back in 1994, and we've had other things happen in a memo where there's been lack of independence, there's been influence from and contractor involvement even. Some people have gone to jail with knowledge of an IGE and padding. It's happened. So These guys take it seriously. We have our certification. We don't want to lose it. And we do get audited from time to time. The big thing, there's a little bit here, and if you go down, your professional competence must reflect a fair and reasonable cost. Okay, got it. Right now, you're taking a look at awarding contracts rather than ensuring the estimate is right. Well, that's kind of what came out of that, some of these issues. But them being buried in the organizational structure, I think there's in some districts the feeling or perception you have to go through an organizational tree. Cost engineering should be open to PMs all the time and having a great dialogue, because they're really a really good tool for you to understand the project. That way you're also communicating with the stakeholder the right thing and making better decisions. And then at the bottom is the biggest thing. We need to withstand that scrutiny from bid protests, audits, and investigations. There are a number of projects that keep rolling through with all the way through the chief's interest in what happened. And this is where we all as a PDT and as a team need to understand the project estimate development, the quality, and the risks, the risks that are associated with it. Now, coming from that, some of the risks that we have are, I mean, okay, there's overpayment. That's inefficiency if we have to rebid. If we don't have estimates on CWEs ahead of time, then it becomes inefficient if we have to resolicit. Execution failure. One of the bigger ones, loss of procurement integrity, including a failure of audit. And for you, the biggest piece is, and I totally understand, you're communicating one number, then there might be another. You don't want to go back and forth on all of this, so manage that communication. And the biggest piece of that is getting your stakeholder credibility. Oftentimes you're dealing with with a project that came to you that was already over the PA, honestly. The actual, I mean, if you had the scope and what it really costs to build before you even started design, you're probably already over. Well, why not, when it comes in to the district, have a check on it, a sanity check. Then what do? Well, you still execute it, right? But then let's take a better look at that scope. How can we manage the scope a little bit better? So these are some of the big, and pardon the run on into over the bubbles, but this came out of a GAO audit and informed on better, more reliable cost estimates and the best practices that go with it. And you might have heard this before, but the requirement is that they're comprehensive. There's enough detail in them to really articulate the scope, well documented. We have the source data. The means by which it was developed is correct. And it details the technical baseline of the estimate. It's accurate. It's updated with current costs. Credible. Need to understand the limitations due to uncertainty of the data and major assumptions. So outlining a couple of these best practices from the GAO. Number one, needs to define the estimate's purpose. Is this a CWE? Is this for programming, or this is just a number? You need to define the purpose. How it was developed. Ensuring then that they have sufficient time. And this might be something that you might run into. I understand. We need to change the wheel. It's going one way where we want it quicker and faster, but then now in engineering, they're like, well, okay, how many FTEs do we need? And there's been a reduction of FTEs and costs because we've been trying to crank them out faster, give you a number. We've been hitting the shortcut. And we need to actually get out there and ask them for the quality and the development. And this is the thing I'm communicating with them. But you are the ones who truly create that need for it. We determine the estimating structure per the work breakdown structure. That's a standard. Identifying the ground rules and assumptions of it and getting the data. Number 6 is fully traceable. Now, whether it be from a cost book or from quotes. That's whether it's in-house or AE.
Hey, Patty.
Yeah.
Can we throw in a quick question? Just a note for the group. There's a lot of good chatter and going on the chat. Some of it's kind of communication back and forth, and some of them are questions. So I'm going to read this one to you, Patty. It's a question. One challenge is, this is from Barry Kimbrough. One challenge is ensuring cost engineering is properly budgeted for. Don't always know how many updates will be needed, et cetera, the labor cost, et cetera. Is there a planning factor to use, such as a percentage of the CWE?
I didn't use a percentage of the CWE, but what we did do is per type of estimate, and this was in New England, and I would say, you know, ask that question of your cost chief. Can they develop something that's for different levels of your estimate and different types, right? I'm going to hesitate to answer that for you, but I could certainly bring that up in our cost chiefs meeting as a topic.
Okay.
But
and one other comment related to cost as well. This is from Robert Griggs. With respect to full life cycle cost, is there any guidance, USACE or otherwise, that exists for OM, RR, and R costs? And I don't know what that is. Can you tell us what that acronym is?
O&M and then replacement costs, I believe. Yes, there is guidance on those. So they should be using them.
Is that USACE guidance or just industry?
There's, let's see, repair and replacement. That's USACE guidance. There's an ER on it. On O&M, when required, we have done estimates on that. And it depends on the type of project.
Great, thanks. And then just for some of you aren't seeing the chat, so I'll just throw out a good comment that Scott mentioned to everyone. Every PM needs to work closely with the costs and communicate appropriately, using ranges, using CSRAs when you can, understanding the risks and how to convey this so your stakeholder understands them. So just adding to your
And the cost engineering community is getting better at it. So I mean, in everywhere. So I'm encouraging you guys to really get it from your costs instead of going outside, because we're starting to build it outside of our division, and then we can't get it when we need it. So we need to try to really focus on getting these guys up to the standard that we need. It's kind of hard though, because we have some districts where there are some of our largest districts with the smallest cost engineering sections. We just got to, I mean, I'm asking you guys, regardless of anything, the problem is that we don't have time becomes it's not really a good answer. We need to figure out how to get it. And that's a leadership discussion to make sure that you're getting the support that you need. And if there's ever any issues on workload, there is way more work than we can do out there. So the whole issue is understanding that point estimate. Now, we don't do the independent estimates, but on high level projects, that could be useful for you to be able to compare. We've done that on a couple in the division. The sensitivity analysis is important to understand the impacts of an assumption. The risk analysis quantifies the estimate contingency. And I'm really hammering on this documenting the estimate, because if we're documenting it, then you understand the quality of that point estimate, meaning everything before everything else, so that you truly understand the quality underneath it. And then keep it updated. So there's different classifications of the estimate. When you start with a class 4 and 5, your cost range and contingencies are relatively high. Now they can vary. So when you have like each one of these bell curves, the plus or minus, you have 50% would be on the lower side, 200 would be very high. So at the class 5, it's alternative. So really the alternative formulation is the 4. You'll see in the next slide what the 5 would really be. For class 3, is the baseline estimate for your TPCS in Civil Works, or the PA for MILCON. And then all of your class 2s would be your CWEs, and a class 1 for your IGE. So for Civil Works, this might be, I think it's large enough, I hope. But you'll note, like for instance, the class 5, that is purely parametric. That would be the same thing that comes out of the PACES and the cost, like in a 1391, or for some of you with the civil, using the NAICS study, right? That would be something, it's just, we're kind of throwing it out there, trying to figure out where we are with the project. But you need a class 4 estimate for the pre-authorization and the feasibility alternatives, with the risk. And then you move up to the 3 for feasibility, and then moving on into authorization, and then PED, of course. For MILCON, you'll note that the same estimate classification exists, and we're referring it a lot more within the American Association for Cost Engineering. Same thing. And and this is the reason I have the ASTM next to it, is to relate to you that we're very consistent with what's actually happened from the ASTM and their assessment on projects versus what AACE has done on the estimate and the deliverables. So that's the average on the right at an 80% confidence level. So that's when we're using a CS array. We're able to improve upon that. So the deliverables on the left in the primary character maturity level column that we have, I'm going to use a laser pointer. When you have this maturity level expressed as a percent of complete definition, they range. So the project definition deliverable, like items, foundation, paint, for HVAC, the ductwork, whatever, they'll range in development in different areas from, like, for instance, for class 4, they might be at 1% to 15%. It's not the percent of the estimate. It's the classification of those deliverables that inform it. But that results in these low to high ranges. So you can see where you get to a class 3 with your definition deliverables a little bit better, and you're trying to get some budget authorization, you're a lot better in your ranges from your low and your high. So the next one's a little busy, but it's a tickler for you to be able to look at and say, okay, this is what we need to be asking on our estimates when we get them. We do start off with the cost book, but then after that, what are you using to be able to get more definition? Now, all of these relate in your estimate classification. So ask your cost engineer, what classification is the estimate? And then does it relate to the prior tables? Some of the underlying questions are, in labor, what's the prevailing wage rates? Are they using Davis-Bacon, or are they actually getting union rates? The equipment. How would you determine it? Did you write, I mean, we could have pulled out, and these are, again, according to Pareto, the big ticket items. That's what you're really looking at. So we start with the cost book. But for some of these big ones, we're actually getting more detailed, pulling out possibly the Caterpillar catalog, which we all had, at least in my district, Is this the right one? Switching it in the M2, because it's just a start point with an assembly. Then we're doing changes. Does it make sense? Can they really dig that hole in one day? Or is it a week? Was it the right piece of equipment? And then you have it for the right duration. Material quotes. Did you get quotes on them? And this grows as you go through time. So you're reducing your contingency. Contingency reduces as the cost increases. So hopefully your contingency properly articulated the cost contingency. Now that's not your 5% or what have you carry after it. This is a contingency that's on your base estimate that makes it where we think, where based on the analysis, the project cost should be based on your knowns and unknowns. Did they itemize job office overhead? It's very telling. A couple of our notes on the inflation. Right now, you'll note the OMB projected inflation is low. But and using the selling price index, but we do have guidance on using something different than that. See your cost engineer regarding that one. And some other things. Same thing with PED. Is it estimated? Did you see your engineers to be able to actually get what is it that they're going to be doing and how long is it going to take them to do it? And then check on the maturity. What is the classification? And then also check on that contingency and risk. Take a look at that risk register and sensitivity analysis.
Hey, Patty.
Yes.
One question, it's kind of related to the last slide that you were on, related to the estimate class designations. Sheila was asking, what's the difference for design build versus design bid build on the estimate class designations?
So a design, well, you won't have well, it depends. So for a design, are you talking about an estimate for a project you're letting for a design build or design bid build, or the contractor? I believe that's the estimate. You'd have a greater estimate for a design build. Now, how is that developed? You're taking a look, and you should have a CSRA if it's important to you. What are the risks that are in the baseline estimate that are not developed? So you won't have as well a developed estimate or a baseline going out for your bid. What has been defined and not defined or determined but left risk in it? And that's why you need your PDT involved in the development of your risk register. The cost engineer should never do it alone, because everyone has to have ownership of that. So the difference would be that on that slide here, or let's go back here, you would have more of a class 3, hopefully, estimate, and that's what you're looking for to go out for a design build procurement.
So I guess follow on to that. Yeah, follow on to that, Patty. Sheila asked, would the IGE, because we're calling it an IGE for a design build, would it still be considered a class 1?
No. It won't, not for design build. So this is an estimate classification. So you're now talking about the detail level of it. So technically for an IGE, yes. For a design build, no. A class 1 would be to a complete design and specification. So that's where we're putting risk on the contractor, right? That's why it's not a class 1. And all those unknowns that aren't known, or the design that has not yet been developed. And we're citing UFCs and the like that they need to follow. But you're going based on notional design with that estimate. So this is like a little busy, possibly ugly, but this is where we have the similarity between both the military and the civil works. And it starts with going off, we have the research review, we have to define it, right? Still do quantity takeoffs and equipment and labor supplies, and then we follow military format or the civil works. So that's the work breakdown structure. But in the end, when we're doing the costs, you'll note they're very similar. We're still getting the prime and subcontractor work, their direct costs. And this is a little bit useful because then you can take a look at it and say, okay, so this is what we're talking about in cost engineering when we're talking about direct costs, and then moving to cost to prime, this term here. And that's the cost for him to do it. What's it going to take for me, my labor, if I was the prime, and my subcontractors to do the work? Then I have to add on my total direct costs to get to add on all the field office stuff and the home office and the bond. And then that's how I get, so when I add all that stuff, my overlay as the prime, that's when you get that contract cost right here. And then after that, and that's the contract, that's typically the IGE that's going to come in. It includes the escalation to midpoint, etc., other factors. But then after that, we have costs to the government. So this is the complete expense to the current working estimate. Soak it in. It's a little busy, but you can, I think it helps to communicate some of our terminology for you. I thought useful.
And Patty, just to follow on that last conversation, I think you hit this already, but so design builds they are required to have an IGE to get to contracting for their acquisition, but it's based on our kind of conversation. It's not really considered a class 1, even though like that's how where we're listing it is in the class 1 is the independent government estimates, those that have the least amount of risk or they have the highest fidelity. It's like
right. Let me go
so
back
not
here.
not
I
all
think,
IGEs are have the same level. Yeah, I mean,
well, design build is a separate category. You know, we're stopping at a certain point and we are providing, yes, an IGE, and no, it won't be a class 1.
yeah, I think that
Because
answers.
we cut our risk at that point and pushed it onto the contractor. Yeah. I was going to go back to something, but I'll find that later. So meanwhile, another impact to the project are the schedules. So often overlooked, it's not a milestone. You really need better development of schedules that articulate, also drive the estimates, and they are dependent on the scope. So have we really figured out how the project would be executed? And we found through the DCA assessment, DCA and DCEs, schedule is a huge, huge issue. And that we need to pay far better attention to them. Because if we have a concept and the execution and the contractor changes it, and this goes into construction. So this is very important still for PMs, because how are we actually managing that? Because that's an impact to our cost. We had a significant project overrun that we ended up going to, I was involved in and going to court with. And a lot of it was about schedule maintenance, schedule management. But that also influences your costs. And cost engineers, part of our tasks in our ERs is to have what we perceive as to be a construction schedule for the major tasks. So that would inform our job office overhead, also the midpoint in construction for our escalation. So now we'll talk a little bit about some of those topics, because then that schedule impact to our costs impacts and these are some of our definitions that we have. So the actual costs are at the time of expenditure, right? We get inflation up to the point where we are and then escalate forward. Now, a couple of these are civil works terms for some of the MILCON people, but regardless, we start off with a parametric estimate based on square footages, and it's the 1391. A price level date estimate, that's the normalized date. the price level of the project. Now that's a civil works term, but I'm throwing these out there so people have an understanding of what our definition of these are. The fully funded includes the base cost, the risks, and the inflation and escalation. And that's to the end of the project. That would be your third column in the TPCS. And if you're civil works, the TPCS is your everything. If you have a project that's on the shelf or it might get funded or nothing like that, it needs to be updated every year, should be certified every 2. It's far easier to update it every year and then certify it, because then you're not digging out stuff. You just go one thing, bam, bam, all right. The hardest part, frankly, is getting your expended costs. Cost engineering, not anybody else, should be updating it because of the prior slide when I mentioned that the OMB rates are low. We mentioned that, right? If we give it to someone else, they'll use the OMB rates because that's their only reference. We use other escalation references that are authorized and understood, have been communicated by headquarters to Army by Mr. Harada. So we're following guidances. Your cost and current escalations and inflations. So again, they're your key to understanding it. Ask them. Get to this. So then the other issue, or not issue, pardon me, I take that back. The other big one is, such as what Scott mentioned, was the CSRA. So we're doing a cost and schedule risk analysis to develop your contingency. It requires the entire PDT participation, and the considerations are everything that affects the project cost. And we put that into a risk register. The result is a report. You should take a look at that risk register, understand the model. It's a Monte Carlo analysis. It's not really all that difficult, but it's a wonderful tool. And you learn an awful lot about your project. So first of all, know the cost estimate. Now know that risk analysis. And there's many uses for it. So for instance, here, I have one from a recent project that was it was one where a CWE was let out the prior year. There's been a lot of debate for many, many months, and it was sent to the stakeholder without that vetting. Now we're trying to communicate, oh no, not only, and there's significant problems, right? What's happened in the last year? We got something last spring. It wasn't really vetted, but let out to the stakeholder. Now we're left almost a year later explaining it when we've had other significant factors, such as inflation in the market, a number of different things. And they're trying to get this project moving. It has super high visibility. And how do we communicate that and win over, number one, help our sponsor, but them also communicating to the senior agency. And we use the risk analysis to be able to help that. But the big thing, and guys, take a look, ensure that you have quality discussion written in here, that you understand that risk quantification, so that you understand how they developed a high and a low. This likely would mean, okay, this is the base estimate that's in the estimate. But then we said, oh, it could be this high or it could be this low. So it could actually reduce or go higher. This was about market escalation.
Hey,
We had specifics to it.
Patty, along the lines of that market escalation, there was a comment that maybe you can address now. It was from Andrew Park. How are we accounting for the significant construction cost inflation in the current environment that is not captured by the historical data?
It really depends on your projects. We have MILCON and civil, right? So on the MILCON side, we have guidance that was issued that captures some of what's happened historically in the last recent months and projecting forward to midpoint, and that's for new ones. If you're talking about a project that you already have an assigned PA, your best management tool is to, frankly, get into your cost estimate, push the design guys. How do we reduce this? What's your drivers? And then option as best as you can. And reduce the scope to your best ability, because the best way to reduce your scope, options help, okay. The biggest thing that influences your cost is reducing scope. So it depends. I'd certainly entertain a question later on this or during, even afterwards. But in the cost end, we are using, if we're developing PAs now, we're capturing it and we're projecting forward, and we have pretty good guidance as best as we have. We were pretty good about communicating, understanding everything through last year and even into this year. But that, the one other big thing that's happened, and I have a market analysis that I've done, and I keep it up to date at different times, is the Ukrainian war and that impact. But that's changing the world and how we are. Eventually, at some point, that'll ease, but right now, we also included that in our analysis down here.
And then one other comment that's just, I'm not sure if it's a comment or a question, but Barry brought this up. Every estimate needs funding, labor codes. I think it's probably back to you were talking about when you have those long-term projects that need to get dusted off every year. I think that's, when that comment came in was, Barry, you can jump in if that was mistaken, but yeah, she says, yeah. So, you've got these fundings. You mentioned that it's best if we can touch it up every year, so that it's incrementally updated. How do we, is there a concern? There are concerns out there with, hey, someone needs to fund you to do that. And how do the cost engineers get funded for something that's?
So, for civil works, request the funds, on your annual, if you have a MILCON project, in the first place, we should be developing a better estimate for cost engineering support in the first place. And when I'm, hopefully through all of this, you're understanding the value, the true value, what you should be getting, and having the conversation with your cost engineers as to what their true funding is to do exactly what is laid within here. And that's the conversation you have to be able to build that. They can be your best friends in saving your project because we're independent, right? We're supposed to be. And we get into the weeds.
Great,
And
thanks.
when doing their job, okay.
Yeah, no,
Try
you hit that,
pencil it,
and then one more came in from Joe Grundy's. Does NAD have any documentation to share with stakeholders for cost comparison for design build versus design bid build in today's climate? She mentioned she'd heard design build is more expensive, especially now in the volatile cost environment, and is roughly 20% higher overall to construct.
So right now, yeah, there's a lot that's higher, and we've actually seen more like 30%, and that's just in any contractor for the cost to construct. The design build versus design bid build right now, your design build is going to be significantly more risky because of the huge amount right now. And right now, your duration is what's going to get you on design build. If you're doing a design build that's further out into the future, and looking right now at this huge mountain in front of us, we don't know where the end is. I mean, it could be plateauing for a little bit before it goes down, and how far out. So the further out for that design build, they're going to carry, you have something right now in front of you, you can get an estimate now, and they're going to project to their midpoint of construction. So when you hit the design, at least at that point in time, you'll have a more accurate estimate versus a design bid build. I'll take a look if there's other guidance. No problem.
Thanks.
I'm going to move forward. And this is another estimate. Barry knows this one. And feel free to jump in, Barry. I would love you to say something, because this was another one where we had a number of REAs and a team that was trying to figure out, and I was asked, what's the number that needed to be communicated to the sponsor who reports directly to Congress. And tough conversation with the PDT because we had 7 people in the room and we all had to talk about each one of the, I don't know, 30, high 30 some REAs on a project. And they thought they had a number, but then we talked about it and said, okay, so what's the high and the low? Where do you really think that you are going to be on the project estimate? And what we did was take a look at every one of the different risks and made basically, and I should do this as a black so no one sees this. Sorry, Barry. We did highs and lows, what we thought it was with the likeliest, and was able to do a Monte Carlo on these things. So it was answering a question. So cost itself, or the Monte Carlo, is a really useful tool to answer questions when you have multiple variables and what you think an estimate is versus the other challenges. I thought I heard Barry Kimbrough was on this, but
I am, Patty. The only thing I have to add on this is this was a rigorous analysis on a position that the government got itself into and probably shouldn't have. One of the lessons learned from this project is to keep track of REAs along the way and keep your cost estimate in check, and especially with regard to user-directed changes and modifications. But I will tell you that the PDT on this in this evolution, we couldn't. And we all learned a lot about Monte Carlo, more than we probably ever wanted to know. But if you need any help from the cost side, Patty's your lady to do that and get you educated in a short time, and keep your butt out of trouble too. So
well, and also more than anything, get your cost guys to be better at it. You know, I can't do it all, and that's my goal, is to get you guys to really work on them. You know, you got to create the demand so that engineering understands that demand. They don't understand it. They are doing, they're resourcing according to what they see in front of them, and if they don't see the demand, there's no increase. And meanwhile, we're losing cost engineers to other agencies because they're basically paying a grade above, and especially your good ones. But create the demand, and then when we get them trained more and get them involved and really getting them rigorous, I always say it, nothing that we do in the Corps is rocket science. But if we figure it out and put our noses down, you can get to something that's really useful. These are the estimate components that you should be looking at. Probably a lot more than what you've been getting. It goes back to my first slide, not just a number. There should be some backup to this. And understanding the details, it's a lot less details at the lower levels. But there should be something about all of these. I wanted to highlight quality. Huge. ENC is really focusing on quality and back to basics. For myself, I have been forcing and pushing huge DQC. Before it leaves your district, get your quality control done. This is not, number 5 is not intended, PMs, you are a part of the team. This is a PDT, this was an internal memo, ENC, really trying to push ENC to do what we know to do as engineers, and to try to really push the quality of what we do. I think that, yeah, there's a little bit of a wall, but we got to really work and bridge the gap between PM and ENC. And this is about them advocating it, but it's everybody. It's the PM wanting the quality, creating that demand for it, ENC providing it, not feeling we're doing shortcuts, understanding the risk and what we're doing, and what we are leaving to the contractor, to the design and the cost. But they need to talk about it. We all need to. So here we were on a comparison. Thank goodness before all this stuff happened. But in general, we were around you'll note here the mean was 1.095. That's the mean on the bell curve for where we were in terms of average builder in IGE. So roughly 9.5% over. The median was 4.2. So you had a large number, and this is where I was talking before, a large number that can actually hit it under 5%. And that's price. So a little bit of variability as opposed to cost. Now, just a little bit on that analysis. Like I was mentioning, 10% above the IGE. So on the USACE, the UAI there, the issue there here for MILCON, we have to do a price analysis if you're awarding something more than 15%. It's 25 for civil works because we don't put profit in the cost estimate. It's just the requirement. So here's, they did have some over the IGE, one or more bidders. So there's always going to be the outlier is the point. They're going to grab for that high one in case some of the others didn't show up or didn't bid on it. You never know. And that's where we have to do that price analysis. So when they're above it, so that's why when we talk about this above the PA, well, that's why we should really know the quality of that CWE. And then when we're doing that, okay, is it worth it to the government to award regardless? Do we have to? Okay, make that assessment and the KO with the KO support.
Hey, Patty, just a quick time check. We have 5 minutes left in this session. We do have a 10-minute break scheduled right after, so we could probably squeeze, a few minutes into that break. But
yeah,
just get quick time check. Thanks.
Yep. So these are the root causes of the unreliable estimates, and really it's about, and it comes down again to scope, project definition and the scope. And then accuracy and the contingency, which then was just a number, and now through applying the CS array, we're certainly being a whole lot more at it. Military and civil. And this just highlights the importance on material costs and getting those quotes. There's 71% by the analysis on MILCON projects, and it's MILCON, but it would be civil works too for materials and equipment. Equipment obviously gets a lot higher and less in materials, but that's why it's important to get these costs. And key takeaways. This is the big one. Use them throughout your design and construction. Demand the quality documentation. Okay. Proper quality control as always. And this would be a big one. Have them walk you through the estimate. Open up the M2 in front of you and understand what's in there, and look a little bit for, okay, so what's the labor? They'll show you that. How did you develop this task? Okay, makes sense. They might be running 8-hour days, but it takes them a half an hour to do setup, and then have another half an hour to clean up the equipment. So you only have a 7-hour productivity, what have you. PMPs on the NC side, they do matter to us. And then reject the AE estimates or in-house if they don't meet the standards. I don't mean it so harshly on reject. That would be more for AEs. And these are the key things here. Know the base quality estimate. Classification, get it. Get them to tell you why. Why is it that class? All right. Some of the things, these are the functions that we do. And in red are things that need improvement in my assessments from the districts, largely because of time and sometimes funding, to be frank. You got AE estimates. It's going to take, we have to open up and know what's in the specs. Do they comply with the specs? Do they do the quantity takeoffs? You're going through a number of things, not just the M2. And see, I got it. 2 minutes left, but I'm sorry, only 2 minutes for question and discussion.
It's been a great dialogue along the way, so you've answered a lot of questions. But yeah, anyone have any questions before we jump into our break for Patty. Thanks, Patty.
I just wanted to say, guys, just build that relationship and use them like they're, like your right-hand man, because getting a good estimate tells you so much about the overall project and not just parts and pieces.
Okay, we got one question I'm going to read to you from Philip. Might be too early, but any headquarter guidance yet? A new DoD memo guidance on inflation, economic price adjustments. It was issued just recently, 25th of May, 2022. Just asking because it will impact new awards with contractors increasing proposals to account for or adjust the risk.
Are you talking about the economic price inflation? You can speak.
Philip, yeah, go ahead.
Yes, yeah, kind of both that and also where it states, I was just reading it, that basically with firm fixed price, it's truly we're going to enforce now that they got to suck it up. And I guess the pendulum has swung in favor of the government right now with the cost of things, that we're not changing the price unless we've directed them to do a change.
Right. So there are some contracts using EPAs. Someone pipe in. Go ahead. Thought someone was. Some contracts have included the EPAs in the clause in their contracts, but there's an awful lot. That's another discussion and topic, frankly. I could send something out that when it comes down to pricing, we just got to get the current market pricing. And when the cost engineer's doing it, he's including that escalation forward. So that's why getting that current cost estimate is really wicked important. And then getting the design team to do their very best to maybe change some materials, some of the design, or even if you did, like what is the contract duration? Because to be honest with you, schedule is turning into be a real big one because you just can't get some of these major cost items in. They have long lead times right now. So
Patty, we've got a question from Brian Jackson. When project costs are above the PA, what is USACE currently seeing as major cost drivers?
materials. That's the big one right now, and it's turning more and more on civil works. Fuel is really beginning to drive it. We all know it and feel it at the gas pump ourselves. But the biggest driver is honestly materials and the availability of manufactured items. They're pushing the schedule out and holding them to a firm schedule, and that's the problem with some of our programs is we have like an end time for the schedule. Taking a look at what that real schedule would be for construction duration would be really important.
Great.
It's tough
Okay.
right now. Get the number now and get the real discussion going with your stakeholders and working your best to reduce that scope is my best suggestion. And I'm open to anyone else having a suggestion on that one. Over.
Hey, Patty, thank you so much. You got a lot of dialogue all the way through. So, and you made it through your presentation. That was amazing with all the questions and comments. So we're now ready to jump into we'll take a 7-minute break. We'll be back at the top of the hour to start our session number 3.
Thanks, everyone. Appreciate it. And feel free to reach out with more questions if you need. Thank you.
It looks like we're at the top of the hour, so we're getting ready to gear up for our next presentation. I know Richard's getting queued up to the right position, but while we're doing that, I wonder if we want to take, so we got Mr. Jeffrey Roundtree is here, got the video on. Do you want to do a quick intro while we're getting to your slide? Oh, and you're on mute, Jeffrey.
You hear me now?
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you. So, good morning, everyone, or good evening, depending on where you're at. I think we have some folks from Europe on. My name is Jeffrey Roundtree. I work at NAD, Fort Hamilton at the division, work in RN as the lead accounting officer. Have over 23 years. Actually, I hit 23 years in April of this year at NAD. Primarily, again, as the lead accounting officer. I did do 1 year as acting RN. Primary responsibility as a regional lead accounting officer is to provide oversight on regional accounting, financial reporting, and CFO audit readiness, sustainment, and compliance related issues. So that's kind of what I do. I do other things, obviously, and I had other jobs, but right now I'm here at NAD. So the topic today, and I want to thank Amy and her team for inviting RM in this particular conference, but what we wanted to do is really talk about the SIP review process and the importance it has in our maintaining or ensuring that we get a clean audit opinion. So today I really wanted to do a quick overview of that process, and specifically the triannual review that's built into CFMs. And I really wanted to kind of give an overview. We're not going to get into technical processes, but just a basic overview. Some of you may be involved in this process, may not be, and just wanted to let you guys be aware of the process and the importance of it. So before I go to the second slide, I just wanted to add some important information I think that leads up to our SIP review process. In FY21, the Corps of Engineers received its 14th clean audit opinion, notified opinion, 14th. And that's actually no other DoD agency can claim that, and obviously can't claim that level of audit success. And that was on our civil works side. And then on our military side, we received our 5th clean opinion, and that was really on our DHA and DLA, that's Defense Health Agency and Defense Logistics Agency, MILCON funds. So we've been extremely successful in our audit opinions, but we continue to have what we call material weaknesses And this leads up to the SIP review. Actually in 21, the audit reported a material weakness in our civil side on the property, plant, and equipment. And then on our military side, on our construction in progress. So we thought that, one of the tools we use to ensure or mitigate those potential or known material weaknesses and significant deficiencies is the review process. So having said that, we can move to slide 2. So just a quick overview, and I'll move. Just a quick overview of the process itself. Again, the risk. The main issue is the audit risk, and that risk is that we can have SIP costs for completed assets, more or less, or canceled projects or lost design efforts, remain in our SIP account, and that's a general ledger account, and not be transferred out. And there lies potential material weaknesses in our financial statements. And what we do to mitigate that is we have what we call, the first thing, we have a regulation, obviously, ER 37-1-3. That's the financial reg. That's kind of like the Bible. And then these processes were codified in what we call test plans, and we have 5. So I just pointed out the relevant test plans. Test plan 1 for property, plant, and equipment, and that's our civil side. And test plan 5 for military construction in progress. Now, I didn't add, one thing I forgot to add in there, we also have what we call a construction in progress, a USACE construction in progress policy. It was updated in February 2019, and that also provides additional guidance for reviews and just overall SIP compliance. So again, talking about the SIP reviews and this automated triannual review process, we've essentially always had it, and we always had it, well, not always, we built it into CFMs about, I would say 6-7 years ago, maybe less than that, 4 or 5 years ago, but it was not mandatory, and most people actually didn't use it. They kind of stuck with the old way when we used to have what we call memorandums for records. And so in FY21, through these test plans in the ER, they mandated that we use the automated SIP review, we call them triannual reviews process. So that's now mandated, and every district has to use the automated system. Again, bullet 4, it's important, and I think this is why we wanted to talk about this in this conference, is that, this process is has a dual responsibility. And that's, on the project side and on our end side. And that collaboration is extremely important that we have that to ensure that, we do these reviews, identify and mitigate any potential material weaknesses or significant deficiencies. So additional information, details for instructions for using the module is in the CFIB user manual, and it's an asset management manual. It's volume 4. I believe there's 4 volumes, but I just wanted to point that out. Any questions so far? Next slide. Thank you. So again, to to ensure that the accuracy of our SIP accounts within the districts, they implemented the tri-annual project review process. And, it's intended to ensure, and this, by the way, this is for both civil and military SIP. The module is relatively the same, has some differences, but it's relatively the same. And the suspenses are relatively the same. So the objective of this module is to ensure that, again, we transfer out both on the civil and military side within 90 days prior to our fiscal year end. And that if we identify any canceled projects or lost design efforts, they are expensed properly. So those are the critical things that we try to achieve in our triannual reviews. And these, again, are joint reviews. So there's a timeline for this process, and it's spelled out below in the below schedule. So it's obviously 3 times a year. One of the key things is that they added a year that was not in the module last year was the available for use date, and this is a critical date. And the reason why they put it in because the accuracy and available for use date for the civil side is when something is available. On the civil side, it's the estimated date that an asset is ready to meet its intended use, more or less. And on the military side is the BOD date. So projects with a completion date outside of these timelines require review once a year. And the reason why we added it, or headquarters added it in, because these dates were relative. We had issues with accuracy of these dates. We had issues with conflicts between RMS and P2. The data in RMS, in some instances, P2 dates were changed, or RMS dates were changed, vice versa, and the P2 dates were no longer valid. So that's a critical issue, because if the BOD dates are not accurate, or the AFU date isn't, that again could lead to audit exceptions and potential material weaknesses or significant deficiencies. Another thing that the SIP review process will identify is the SIP Proj, PM SIP Proj report. And that's a critical report, because that's a report that's used to really record the costs for the DD, and this is on the military side, on the DD 1354s. That CFM's report or CFM's costs must match what's in the DD 1354. So I just want to emphasize in bullet 3, really 2 critical things. We need to continuously look at our BOD dates, NRMS and P2 for accuracy, and ensure they align with each other. And that the PM SIP Proj report reflects the cost on both interim and final DD 1354s on the military side. One other critical element in this SIP review is remarks. And again, they can be drafted in the asset work item level, and you need this particular role to be able to do that. And lastly, on this particular slide, upon completion, again, this is collaborative effort the representative from RM and on the program side has to sign what we call a SIP review confirmation statement. And that needs to be submitted actually to the division, and then we submit it up to headquarters. Any questions? Last slide. So here we just wanted to show where to go. Again, I'm not sure what level you may or may not be in this process. They're being done at your respective districts, so I'm sure whoever is the POC is working with RM closely on this. But this is just a kind of a cheat sheet as to where to go and what to choose when you're in that particular module, if you want to just kind of take a look at it. Next slide. So really, I don't really have anything else subject to your questions. I thought, we thought this might be something that needs to be on your radar as project managers, that it's a critical function. Even though we've been successful in our audit so far, continued material weaknesses in these particular areas can result in a non-clean opinion, an unfavorable opinion, and obviously we don't want that to happen after all the success we've had since we start, since we've been doing the audit. And just wanted to point out some of the critical things again that we need from you guys to ensure this continues. Any questions again?
Just scanning through the chat to see if there's any questions. I haven't seen any pop up.
Hey, yeah, Jeff, it's Rich here at NAD. Maybe you can give us an example of consequences of us not doing this correctly. I mean, didn't we have an issue or almost an issue like last year? Which sometimes happens at year end. I mean, like just kind of stressing the fact that, when it hits September timeframe and we're trying to do these things, don't rush through the process, because you could cause a mistake and do a transfer, before I guess it's legally sufficient to do so, and then, potentially put us at risk of an ADA violation. Is that correct, Jeff?
Well, yeah, the critical area is on the military side is we need to transfer accurately within the fiscal year. We've had instances where we've made untimely transfers. They should have been done in FY21 and they were made in 22. The bigger issue is the accuracy of and again on the military side, the DD 1354s. They're either not accurate, they don't agree, with our official accounting system, and that's what's being audited. And so it leads to audit exceptions. Last year we had to do almost a $200 million adjustment to our financial statements because of issues with DD 1354's accuracy and timeliness. So that's the really critical issue, and it's not really rocket science. It's a matter of ensuring that drafts, interims, and finals are done, that we work collaboratively together to ensure that at each stage we're in agreement that, again, CFMS is the official record. So if you take that SIP Proj report, a PM SIP Proj report, that should be the data on the interim and the final 1354. And then on the civil side, it's really about placing the items in service, again, in a timely manner. You know, we've had assets that were no longer, you know, we didn't basically place them in service. They're still in SIP, and they should be placed in service. The civil side is a little bit different because we own the assets, but our main issue is on the military side. So it's kind of what you were saying, Rich, but again, it's the accuracy. We want to ensure that the 1354s, interim or finals, are accurate, that they agree with the data, and accuracy means agree with the data more or less in CFMS, not more or less in CFMS, it has to agree with, and that, you know, everyone on the PM, ops side, on all, you know, PA side, work together to ensure that that happens consistently. Right now, we're in phase 1 of the audit samples, and some of you folks may have seen requests from RM. We have 3 phases in the audit sample phase. Phase 2 will start, you know, in the middle of June, and then we wrap up the samples in phase 3, unfortunately around year end or after year end in October. So, you know, when you get sample requests, that's the time where we have to ensure that, you know, the data agrees and that, you know, it does not result in an exception and ultimately in a material weakness, because at some point, you know, realistically, it could prevent an audit, a failure of an audit, and we obviously don't want that.
Hey, Jeffrey, we got one more question on the chat, and I think this may, Rich, I don't know if you can bounce up to the last slide. I think it might be shown on the last slide. The question is from Laura Putnam. What is the CFMS command for the CIP Proj report? And I think it's that AACFH. Is that?
For the actual report or the module? You have to go into the report menu and run that report. You have to, that the module here is just to get into the triannual review module, but the actual report, you have to go to either military or civil reports. I can send a link for that.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. She was asking about the report. So if you could send the link, that'd be great.
Yeah, I could do that. Definitely. So if there's no other questions, I just, again, thanks for the time. I just want to emphasize the importance of this, you know, review. We just pointed out just one part of this process, and this is triannual reviews, because that's where we work together. But, you know, the test plans have other areas that, you know, we have to collaborate with. And the purpose of the test plans obviously is to mitigate these material weaknesses and ensure CFO compliance. So I just also want to emphasize that, again, we need to work together on all issues, not just a triannual, but everything related to the CFO, you know, audit. And, you know, the way we do that is through our CFO test plan. And 1 in 5 are one of the critical ones. And, you know, obviously the big ticket items that reflect materially on our financial statement.
Okay, great. Any other questions for Jeffrey while we got him here on the line? So I think with that, Jeffrey, thank you. And just to keep everything on schedule, our next session is at the top of the hour. So we're going to go ahead and break. we'll just go on mute and we'll be ready for the next session. That'll be right at the top of the hour. So go and grab lunch, and then I'm gonna go grab some dinner and be back at the top of the hour.
Thank you.
Thank you. Quick sound check for everyone. We've got a couple minutes left in the break, so just hold tight and we'll get started here in just a couple minutes. It looks like we have our next two presenters ready to roll. So once again, I'll go on mute and we'll start up in just a couple minutes at the top of the hour. Well, it looks like we're there. Well, I was gonna say we're about there, and my clock's just turned. So, welcome back, everyone. Hopefully you had a nice break, and we're gonna get started with our last session for today. We've got two gentlemen here, Mark. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, Mark, so I'm gonna butcher it. But Mark Haviland, Haviland from Norfolk District, and Steve Rochette from Philadelphia District. So, welcome both of you. I'm gonna ask you that each of you just take a minute and introduce yourselves before we jump right into the presentation, and then we'll get started. I think we've got your slide deck up here. It's on the screen, ready to roll. So we'll turn it over. Let's start with Mark and then Steve, and then you guys can jump in. Over to you. And again, just for timing, for everyone, this is our last session of the day. So we have, I think the schedule said 12:45. We'll see where it takes us, but we have kind of up until the top of the hour to wrap things up for today.
Thank you for that. Good morning or good afternoon. I'm Mark Haviland. I'm the Chief of Public Affairs at the Norfolk District. To give you a little background, I spent 22 years on active duty in the Air Force. I retired in 2008. I joined the Norfolk District that spring, 2008, and I've been the chief there since. So 14 years with the district and 25 years total working in public affairs. And I'll kick it over to Steve.
Thanks, Mark. This is Steve Rochette. I'm a public affairs officer from the Philadelphia District. Thanks for the opportunity today. This is a super important topic in our district. Public affairs and PM, that relationship is critical. We pride ourselves on providing strong PDT support, but at the same time, being credible and knowledgeable about the issues. And, for my purposes, we also define project manager pretty broadly. Really anyone, it's not just construction general, it's really anyone who's managing a project, a study, a regulatory action, or even like a research collaborative or an initiative. So there's a sort of broad definition for that. And like I said, this is an important topic for us. And thanks for the opportunity.
Great.
We can jump to the first slide, Todd, actually. Okay, so I'll start with this and then Mark will weigh in and we'll kind of go back and forth on these different topics. But we thought we'd start with the information environment and to start what's changed in recent years. And as you can imagine, it's a lot. Things have evolved very quickly. I've been with the Corps for 12 years, but even in that time, it's a pretty radical change in this space. So for the first one, need for speed. So, before there were sort of weekly publications, daily publications, reporters tracked things over longer periods of time. So there was, more forgiving deadlines, whereas now with sort of online news and quick sort of breaking news, things we are asked to respond quicker than ever, I would say. So that's sort of the first change, and that's evolved, of course, over a period of time, but it's a pretty significant change. But at the same time, the second bullet here, issues tend to evolve over a longer period of time. So that's sort of just the way, I don't know if it's processes and just the way things work. Things tend to drag out a little bit. So there's an opportunity for both of these bullets. We have to be quicker, but at the same time, a PAO has the opportunity to sort of track things over a long period of time. So integrating them early and often, and that's really the theme of our presentation today, is critical, more important than ever, I would argue. And that theme will kind of keep coming up as we go through these. The third bullet, blurred lines between external groups. So maybe in the past, perhaps you had elected officials, non-federal sponsors, media, citizens, and sort of it was a little easier to determine where things stood, who was interacting with who. Today, I find that there's a lot of overlap, intermingling, things quickly merge from one issue to the next. And so again, with that, it's critical for PAO to sort of be engaged early because things shift on a dime, really. They change quickly, but there's blurry lines. And so that's something to be mindful of. And then the last bullet under this, on this slide, the need for more proactive communication. So again, before there were a lot of newspapers that covered different geographic areas, and they often came to us if we had a controversial permit action or study milestone or a project, whereas today a lot of those have died off. So we have more of an obligation and responsibility to kind of be more proactive and push our news and information. So that's a significant change. But all of these, I think, make it more challenging, make our job more challenging. But on the other hand, it's an opportunity to engage PAO and PM early and often. And again, that's a key theme today for our presentation. Next slide, Todd.
So,
Oh,
Steve,
sorry,
I'll
Mark.
just
Yeah.
and that's fine. I'll just add in there that so one of the things that I like to tell our local PMs with regard to the communication environment is to kind of think about the way that you communicate in the present day and the way that's changed over the last decade. So, you know, the habits that you have at home, the way you communicate with your friends, your colleagues, your family, you've seen that you've seen those same elements, right? So it's more hectic, it's more contentious, it's more polarized, and it's more demanding. And so we've seen over the years a move toward everybody in their own sense is a journalist, when in fact the newsrooms have changed fairly dramatically. You don't have reporters who except at the larger outlets, you don't have reporters who specialize anymore. You don't tend to have dedicated environmental or government reporters. You tend to have generalists, right, who are they're doing audio, they're doing video, they're doing traditional print news, but they're doing it in a variety of settings. So there's more of a demand to go back over basic information. And that kind of feeds in, transitions to what Steve is going to talk about right now, which is what has remained the same. So they need to provide the basic level information maybe every time you engage has not changed, because the reporters aren't following a project from beginning to end like many of our project managers and technical teams are.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. That's a perfect transition. Like that second bullet here, challenge of communicating technical information. That hasn't really changed over the years, but like Mark said, before you may have had a reporter, an environmental beat reporter that sort of followed a deep draft project over many years. Today, that's not nearly as likely, and so it gets even harder to, you know, share that and translate a lot of that technical information. Some of the reporters that we deal with are in their early 20s, and they're learning about these issues as you go through. So that's the challenge. But on the other hand, if PAOs engage with the PDT and the PM early and often, it gets a lot easier to sort of translate and interpret that, because we're in those discussions and we're part of it. And then, of course, the first bullet here, we still need to be credible. We still need to be accurate in all of our responses and our communication. So that's remained the same. It's just a little bit harder to do now. Next. And I think I'm going to kick it over to Mark here for this slide.
All right, so this is the heart of it, and this is one of the elements that I've been passionate about since joining the district, is the PAO integration with the PM and the technical team. And you know, here we've identified that it's a shared responsibility in the sense that a couple of years back, Norfolk District kind of formalized their project acceptance process, where when when the PMP went through for the resource providers to sign off, then it was kind of mandated that council, real estate, contracting, public affairs would all be included in that process. And so now it's kind of nice to actually have the PMs come to me and say, hey, we're getting ready to kick this off. I'm getting ready to send my PMP out for coordination. Who's going to be my public affairs representative on this team? And that's not how it used to be. Now, there are times where I catch wind of a project in the district that maybe I wasn't informed of up front, but then we get a resource assigned to that and we move on. Steve and I wanted to point out here that one of the important things for people to understand is that the value of your project does not necessarily equal the level of public attention. And one of the stories that I like to tell around the district is that we had a $35,000 study out at Tangier Island that turned into 15 months of national and international media coverage. So it was almost constant. It was a small little study, but it turned into a lot of activity for public affairs and for the person who was the primary author on that study. The other thing that people tend to be happy to hear is we don't typically cost you any money. Public affairs is overhead labor. The products that we produce all get charged overhead. Now there may be some printing costs or some specialized costs down the road for actual physical product, but the time that we spend attending your meetings, discussing the issues, coming up with a strategic communication plan, developing our products, which are mentioned on the slide, all of that, going to those after hours meetings, all of that is overhead. None of that's going to cost your project any money. Steve, this bullet, you've got communication equals a product. You want to speak to that one?
Yeah, I think this is an important one just because we public affairs officers tend to think of communication as a product that we want high quality, credible, accurate. That we sort of think about it, and to sort of get to that place, there's a lot of prep work and work that happens in advance of that to make that happen. So that's kind of what we were getting at with that one. And then just to add to the point Mark made earlier on the public attention and the dollar value, we often hear about billion-dollar programs or different things, but I've had the similar experience that Mark mentioned where a $5 million project, for example, could command much more of our time and focus than some of those huge projects. It depends on the issue, but the point is that public affairs is usually pretty good at anticipating when those things are going to happen. And so if we're involved early, we can kind of get a read on that and move things in a certain direction and sort of plan accordingly. And then the last bullet here, just PA offices across USACE vary significantly. So some offices set things up along geographic terms. This PAO covers this state or region, and this one does the other. Some are larger, some cover certain portions of the public affairs sort of role. I'm from a small office, so there's two of us. But I think the bottom line is just that whatever the size is and whatever the arrangement is just that PAO and PMs and program managers need to come to that understanding and that place where they know when to involve each other and sort of how things will work on a local basis. Next. All right, Mark.
Yeah, so, best done early. Like I like to know when the project is kicking off. And, honestly, I really want the project managers to just think of public affairs as another member of their team. So, when the PM comes to me and says, who can you assign to my team, I'm going to give them a name and a person, and that person's going to attend their meetings and engage with them the way the rest of the PDT is going to engage. So on the meetings that I cover or on the projects that I cover personally, I'm attending those PDT meetings and I'm sitting there. And, for me, as still, even after 14 years, still an outsider, still learning the lingo, still learning the acronyms, it's very important for me to understand the decision processes the team goes through so that I know the story of how we got to this point at a key milestone in the project. So when that becomes an issue to discuss with the media or the local blogger or the citizen who's written a letter saying, hey, how come you're not doing this? I don't have to sit down every time one of those things pops up and have a discussion with the PM about all that technical background because I've been there from day one, or my representative has been there from day one. So earlier the better, honestly. Even if you don't anticipate that there are going to be vast communication needs, since A, we're not costing you any money, and B, a lot of these meetings are hybrid now, so it's even easier to attend. There's no reason not to get your public affairs team engaged. At least give them a heads up. Hey, this is our project. This is the scope and purpose. This is when we're going to have our meetings. You know, we'd love to have somebody attend. In Norfolk District, you're going to get somebody assigned.
Hey, Mark and Steve, got a quick question. This is not on the post, it's just from me. So how do you determine what projects, you know, are ones that you would align to? Is that based on you're seeing it on the PRB and you know things are coming up that are going to be hot and have a lot of public interest, or, you know, at what point, because you want to be there early, which makes a lot of sense, but how do you know, how are you aligning which projects?
So the PRB, PDB in Norfolk is a tremendous resource for me as far as, you know, raising a flag and saying, yes, I want to be a part of that project. A lot of times we'll see a PMP come across the desk of a project that I wasn't aware of. And, you know, that happens occasionally. And then we will assign somebody. So in Norfolk, I do it geographically, like Steve mentioned. We've still got a relatively small team. There's 5 of us. But we've split the state up so that we are covering projects based on geographics, the geographic designation. So, but then when we have somebody who goes TDY, you know, I tend to cover those when they're out. I think Steve does it a little differently.
Yeah, I would add to the question just that we try to stay ahead of it by kind of monitoring funding. So when just looking at, you know, appropriation bills and seeing where things are coming in and working closely with our program managers to know what's coming kind of. So that would kind of be the first part, but the PRB is a great resource. And then just staying connected to other various meetings and seeing where things are heading. In terms of communications plans and sort of which projects rise to that level, kind of like, you know, kind of I think where you're getting at. In our district, I think we have 2 broad buckets. One bucket would be for those projects where we really anticipate significant, you know, congressional, media, public attention, and then PAO kind of drafts a standalone communication plan. And then there are admittedly other projects that we don't necessarily anticipate that. So maybe the communication plan is a small addendum in a PMP. So I don't know that there's a sort of hard line on that. It's just something that we've kind of sort of anticipated and done our best to sort of see where things stand on that. One point I would add to this slide too is on that second bullet there, assist in communicating challenges internally and externally. So, you know, of course, externally, like that's always been our role, right? But internally, I found that in recent history, there's a great deal of sort of explaining, justifying the status of a project within the core chain of command. And so we've been able to help interpret and sort of share information to higher levels. You know, whether it's a 3x3x3 study type of thing or any other sort of situation. And that's kind of newer. I think that's evolving, that one there. And then ear to the outside, Mark, you can weigh in on this too. Just in my experience, things tend to bubble up, right? So it usually goes citizen, maybe non-federal sponsor or elected official to USACE. And so if we're doing a good job with sort of social listening activities online or media monitoring, we can kind of help that PM save a lot of time and be ready. Hey, this looks like this could, you know, start to move in a certain direction. So those are some added benefits, I guess, of integrating PAO early.
So there's a question in the chat about should PAOs receive a copy of the PMPs, and I would say yes, absolutely, any time. In fact, most of the PMPs I sign as a resource provider, so I think it's definitely important to see that information. Steve mentioned that it's, you know, it's hard to identify in some cases. It's hard to identify the issues that are going to bubble up to the surface, right? Become major issues, and then a lot of times it's not. But there's no I'd say there's no hard and fast matrix for this project needs a public affairs specialist full-time, 100%. This project needs a well-developed strategic communication plan. There are you can look at the cost and you can look at the public interest, and you can make some determinations that way. But then you may have a situation that bubbles up with Section 106 issues, and then it becomes a national topic overnight because you didn't anticipate that going in, or you didn't anticipate the level of what you were going to discover going in. So I think having them integrated as much as possible is kind of the key to answering circumstances that are really out of your control as far as information demands. Just having that technical team that's ready to respond.
Next slide. I think we can move along here. All right, so hopefully you can see this. If not, I can kind of drill through some of these. This looks really prescriptive and sort of stovepiped even, but I think in my experience, it happens pretty naturally and organically over time. And there's a lot of back and forth and collaboration, and this sort of melts away, I think. But for the purposes of this, we thought we'd kind of just divide it up a little bit and show some of the key tasks or sort of roles, so to speak. So for meetings, the PM should definitely be inviting PAO to PDT meetings as early in the process as practical, while the PAO should attend PDT meetings. And I'm not going to say all, because like I said, resources can be tough, and if there's many projects, that can be difficult. But they have to attend enough to stay current and knowledgeable on the issues, and at the same time participate in those meetings when there are issues that kind of could be the potential to rise to those sort of public issues and advise the rest of the team on them. Next one here, next row down, the milestones in communications planning. Like I said, for our district, and I think it probably varies across the Corps, but there's sort of the two buckets where we kind of, if it's the sort of really significant study or project, PAO drafts sort of a standalone communication plan. If it's kind of a smaller thing, it may be an addendum in a PMP. But either way, there's sort of collaboration that goes back and forth between the two, between PM and PAO. There's a small bullet there that says consider and budget costs for engagement. Now, I think that's a pretty interesting one, because historically it was something that wasn't done well, right? It's kind of one of those things that in the budget didn't often get much attention, and people typically underestimate it historically, in my experience. But today, with virtual, and it was very expensive, but with virtual meetings sort of emerging, that can get a lot cheaper and a lot more reasonable. Still something that would definitely budget, but I'm very interested to see how that will evolve. I'm a big believer in virtual meetings because I think they've lowered the barrier to participate. And historically, maybe with an in-person meeting, you may have gotten a lot more sort of strongly supportive or strongly opposed participants. Whereas with virtual meetings, you get more moderation. Say, oh, maybe I'll participate in that meeting. That's much easier to do virtually. So that's an interesting point, and something that the PM should be mindful about, and collaborate with the PAO on how that, especially in the study phase, how that sort of moves forward and develops. And then just the last thing, keep PAO informed on the milestones as things move along. And at the same time, the PAO should be tracking and planning and anticipating communication opportunities and challenges at those various milestones. So if those things are happening, if PAO is hearing those things in PDT meetings, PM's kind of mindful of PAO's role, that sort of flows very well, and it's not as prescriptive as this chart would indicate. Issues tracking. This is similar to what I said earlier, where PAO can really serve as sort of a listening tool to help anticipate issues that could bubble up. And at the same time, the PM should be, willing to collaborate and be connected to the news as things move along. And then just communication products, update, collaborate, all that good stuff. Mark, anything I missed here?
No, I do want to go back to the meetings element of it a little bit, and I would say, to all the PMs out there, if you've approached your public affairs team and you've gotten a commitment that's formalized in the PDT, or a verbal agreement that public affairs is going to attend your meetings, I would say, that they have to be treated the same as any other member of your PDT. So, if you didn't have H&H chronically missing your meetings, or GIS, chronically missing your meetings, I know that you would go to their resource provider and say, hey, you know, I need these people in my meetings. And I, as you know, as the chief of public affairs here, I've had PMs come to me and say, hey, nobody's attending. And that gives me an opportunity to course correct and get somebody, you know, in that meeting. So public affairs as a support element to your team needs to be treated the same as you would treat any other office providing support to your project. If we've said we're going to be there, we need to be there. And what I tell my team members is that if they're going to miss a PDT meeting, they need to coordinate that with the PM, and the PM needs to sign off on that. So I think it's important that you understand that we're there to advise and help and create product for you, but we definitely understand that the PM's in charge of the project. The PM has the final say, and you know, we want you to integrate us into the team. We don't want you to treat us like you have to, you know, you don't have to be nice for us to be there. You just got to invite us to the room.
Thanks, Mark. I think there's a question here. I'm trying to see it on my screen. Let's see here.
Yeah, I might actually be able to address that one from Dave Federoff when we talk about the first project, I think, which is coming up. So
Okay, perfect.
Dave's very familiar with that project.
All right, next slide then.
All right, so Dave, do you want to join us and unmute for a second? So this project happened back in 2011, and I like to use it to talk about the importance of public affairs and big and or little projects when it talks about integration, right? So I believe Dave Federoff was the deputy commander at the time we picked up this project, and he was actually given this project. This was his right from the start. And Dave, you can correct me if I'm telling it wrong, but the first time I really became aware of this project was when then Colonel Federoff summoned me to his office to tell me that we were on the cover of the Washington Post. And what had happened the day before was that they had a consulting party meeting about the tomb. And one of the consulting parties went to a contact they had at the Washington Post and talked about how they felt like the Corps of Engineers and Arlington National Cemetery were determined to replace the Tomb of the Unknowns, that we had tried repairs before and that they hadn't taken. And really came out with a pretty negative article about the Corps and the Tomb of the Unknown repairs, right? So that's where the us versus them, that's how that article was presented. It was a very us versus them kind of conversation. It was all about replacement, and it was all about how the Corps wasn't listening. So the following day, there was another discussion between the key parties in the room, and I don't remember who else was there. I know Dave will. This was a telephone call where he invited me back, and I know that we had Arlington on and a couple of agencies out of DC. Sorry if they escape me right now. But the conversation was had about, as you can see, the tomb, that picture very well represents the work on the tomb and inspections of the tomb. That all happens after customer visitor hours, right? So at night. And there was a discussion to go and inspect the cracks, at which point we made we entered into the discussion about having the consulting parties actually join us, because the National Trust for Historic Preservation, the other consulting parties, had never really seen the extent of the damage to the tomb up close. They'd seen pictures, but even if you look at pictures today, it's hard to really understand how the tomb was impacted by the cracks, right? So this had not been done before. We needed Arlington to be on board with this, and they were. And so we got the National Trust for Historic Preservation to come out there along with the contractor, along with officials from ANC and the Corps of Engineers. And that individual got to see and inspect those cracks and discuss with the professionals exactly what was being proposed and what we thought was going to happen in that following September. Then once we'd done that, so once in a lifetime event, and I'll come back to that. I can put that in quotations. So then we put a team on the road to go and film this individual from the trust, along with the contractor, along with officials from ANC. And we put together a video product that talked about the importance of conservation, which was their key talking point in this particular incident, and how we plan to execute the repairs. So instead of another Washington Post article, what we ended up with was that video being featured on the National Trust for Historic Preservation's blog, with that individual providing his personal experience as a once in a lifetime experience seeing the tomb of unknown soldier that close. So it changed the perspective of the consulting party simply by involving him to a level that I mean, there was nothing wrong with it. It wasn't precedent setting. We could do that with other consulting parties on other projects. And I think a lot of the time that's kind of how I see my role is having a discussion with the project manager and the technical teams and saying, hey, you know, we have individuals who are involved in this process who may have a negative opinion about what we're doing or what's going on, but if we don't let them have boots on the ground to see with the eyes that we're seeing, it's hard to get them to understand our perspective. And that's what happened here. Now, Dave's question was, you know, clearly Arlington National Cemetery has its own public affairs staff. And in fact, I would say that Arlington National Cemetery has its own public affairs demands to a level where they are absolutely the lead. And we understand that. And that's kind of written into all of our communication plans with anything that we do at ANC, is that ANC is the lead on communication. So if you have a customer in another location where they have their own public affairs staff or just a public affairs representative and they have communication concerns, public affairs at the district needs to understand that they nest under that effort, and they really, any product produced, anything that's coordinated for public release has got to be worked through that staff or that team member at the partnering agency, at the customer agency. And we're kind of doing the same in the next project that I'm going to talk about.
I would just add just to that, Mark, real quick. I think for some of the mature projects, like with a non-federal sponsor that we work with frequently, like in our case, like say New Jersey DEP, or like PAO is very familiar with those public information officers and works with them frequently. So that's less of a risk or problem, you know, where that already happens on autopilot. It's the sort of newer non-federal sponsors where, you know, maybe we aren't as established with those folks. So it just depends kind of on the project.
So Mark, you invited me to unmute. I'm going to just say a couple of quick things, because yeah, this is the example that always comes to my mind when I think about integrating PAO as well. At least from my experience, this one always comes to my mind. You know, and I think what I would share is that we included you, we involved you, and then we didn't know. We know we had a consulting party that had their own interests and their own opinions, and we didn't think they were all accurate. And it was really you and your team coming up with a way to do it. You know, sometimes I think the PMs or other people in the districts don't know what tools you can bring to the game, right? And in this case, you brought video, which was extremely powerful for this project, you know. But I think in some ways, you know, we just might not understand what tools you can bring. So having you involved, you know, I'm a big advocate for it. And like you said, this one went incredibly well and really turned the narrative around dramatically. So, you know, I would just offer that if we keep you involved, you can advise us in ways that we hadn't been thinking about. So
thank you, Dave. This was a great project and one that I was very happy with the way the narrative switched. And it wasn't us making an argument that the National Trust was wrong. It was the National Trust saying, this is what I've learned, and this is why this is a good thing. So, you know, we were actually letting our detractors speak for us in a positive way, and it was pretty great.
So there's one more comment or a question on the chat, which is from Alice. Shouldn't the project managers be selecting projects for help from the PAO? Is the question.
Well, I think that goes back to the Alice. Thank you for the question. I think it goes back to the shared responsibility that Steve put on the slide. You know, I think.
Actually, I'm sorry, Mark. I'm sorry, Mark. The question is, shouldn't the program managers be, you know, looking through their programs and selecting stories for you guys, or projects for you guys to follow? Sorry, over.
No, I think that again, I think that falls to a shared responsibility. You know, if the program manager or the project manager sees an issue, a project where we're not involved, I think, yeah, absolutely, they should say, hey, I think you should be involved in this. The reality for us here at the district is that I think we have a good enough relationship with our program managers that, you know, we're kind of going direct with the PMs all the time, and keeping the program manager in the loop on that. But I think anybody at any, so, you know, and this goes back to that basic level of understanding. One of the best classes I ever took in communication was the professor wanted to foot stomp the idea that good communication is a management function. And that, whether it's public or internal, communication is a management function, right? So if it's kind of like safety or security, see something, say something. We all have a responsibility to say, hey, I think there's an issue here, or I think there's an opportunity here. I think this would be great for public affairs to engage on this, or I think it would be great for public affairs to be involved in this. If we're all taking communication seriously to that level, then I think we're gonna have some great wins. Are we gonna win them all? No, absolutely not. But I think if the organization is in the mindset that it's thinking about communication as much as it's thinking about everything else that we're thinking about, then we're going to be good at it. And so I would say yes, absolutely. Short answer to that question is that program managers should definitely be flagging things that they think that we need to be involved in. All right, so Norfolk CSRM. So we're, you know, 10 years removed from some lessons learned at the Tomb of the Unknowns. And we're honestly, I'll tell you what, after 3 Florida studies, now with Norfolk CSRM and get ready to kick off Virginia Beach CSRM, we're in a completely different mindset with regards to integration and collaboration. And so this is a situation where, to go back to Dave's question, you know, City of Norfolk, and even what Steve mentioned, we have a long-standing relationship with the City of Norfolk. They have their own team, but we are beyond just going to them for coordination of release. They're integrated in helping us write the plan. Their GIS team, along with the GIS team on the Norfolk CSRM PDT, has actually put together the forward-facing website for this. So we've gone outside so many traditional approaches to public affairs with this. UAS video footage, the 3D walkthroughs of the project, all of it's completely different. And that's where we're talking about omni-channel communication here. So this plan, which we honestly stole heavily from the Texas Coastal Plan in their approach, is going to include an integrated schedule on the communication side that has not only the
I
project.
think this is going to work. Can I give you a call back as soon as I finish? Thank you.
Folks, we got hot mics out there.
George,
Please
you got a hot mic. Okay, so integrated communication plan with what we call an action communication matrix. So It's going to include not only milestones for the project, but engagements, city council engagements, civic league engagements. It's going to include all of those activities along with project milestones that are coupled with how we're going to mirror those things on social media. So, if we're talking to civic leaders, we're going to have something on social media that mirrors that. We're going to have elements on the website that include the slides, so that omni-channel communication is about making sure that just because, unless it's a closed door meeting with the Civic League, right, which we don't have here in Virginia, unless it's something that has to be kept private, everybody's going to have access to that information. So the slide presentations, the video recordings, the televised TV engagements, all of those are going to be available through every channel that we're using to support this project. So the idea here is that not only is our communication team embedded with the PDT and technical team, it's the same on the side of the city of Norfolk. So their technical team and their communication team, we're all having a series of meetings to stay in touch and on track to make sure that we're delivering all of these products to our team on time. There are some environmental justice issues. There's a very high level of public interest in how this project's going to look, but very candid, very transparent level of communication with the city and the public. So very happy with the progress as we move forward as an integrated team on this, using every resource we've got from the public affairs standpoint.
Okay, so I've got two quick examples. I'll go through these pretty quick. They're pretty different examples, so that's why I included them. This first one is our Manasquan Inlet to Barnegat Inlet Coastal Storm Risk Management Project. So that was a project that had it was not built before Hurricane Sandy hit. As you can see in the photo, there's the infamous Mantoloking breach, and then you can see we did have an initial mission there to kind of fill the breach, but then ultimately we were able to build the Dune and Berm project for the whole area, and it includes 8 municipalities, 11 million cubic yards of sand. So it was actually the largest beach fill contract in Corps history, and construction over a long period of time, 2+ summers. And so for this project, it's just it was essential, especially because the communities had not experienced beach fill before. We've been building these kinds of projects for 30 years, but in this stretch, we'd never done it, of course. So there was a lot of issues, media, public, congressional. There's actually 2 congressional districts that cover it. But I had a great PM to work with, Keith Watson, and we were able to sort of establish a rhythm and understanding of issues, and I gained a pretty strong understanding. So I saved Keith a lot of time in the long run because I was present in those meetings. So for this project, just as an example, we had monthly partnering meetings where PO was always present, and also non-federal sponsor, of course, and others. We had weekly progress meetings where we were occasionally present, and then we had daily construction updates from the field. And so, as you can imagine, when you're building projects right in the heart of the summer in a pretty densely populated area, there's a lot of going back and forth and a lot of questions. So PAO staying connected to those issues is essential. We built out maps, progress maps, and did daily updates as things moved along, and did a whole lot, as Mark said, of education. That's really, I think, PAO's strength, is being able to take the information and, educate people, stakeholders, what have you, on why we're doing things. And I think that's what we were successful with this particular project. Next. This one's a bit different. So this is the 7 Mile Island Innovation Lab. The other one was more of a discrete project, a specific contract. This is more of an ongoing collaborative initiative sort of thing. The Corps is partnered with the state and the Wetlands Institute in New Jersey, and the whole idea, and ERDIC as well, and the whole idea is to advance the practice of beneficial use, dredging and beneficial use. So I got a great PM, Monica Chasen, and we have a frequent communication we've established to sort of work through issues. And it's been mutually beneficial over the years. But the big thing that I've noticed here is with this project compared to the previous one, there's a lot less perhaps public and media attention, but there's a lot of stakeholder management. And that's a trend that I've seen in our district, at least, where PAO has taken on more of a role of helping to manage, work with, brief, educate the stakeholder groups. Things have definitely shifted in that direction from more of the media public to stakeholders. There's so many interest groups, non-governmental organizations. So for this initiative, that's been essential, just because there's a lot of different organizations in this space. And so maybe just I would offer to the listeners here, just think about the stakeholders that are going to have an interest in what you're doing or what we're proposing to do, and think about how public affairs can help manage them. Of course, it's non-federal sponsor, it's a primary PM role, but there is an opportunity for that. And this example, I think, is a good indication of that for us, at least. Mark, do you have anything to add on anything else? I think that's our last slide.
No, there is a question from Laura about, she asks, is there a process for reviewing smaller projects to determine public visibility concerns, which may not be obvious? I would say, Laura, at Norfolk, I don't have a formal process for that. So I do attend the PRB, I attend the CAP PRB, and I attend the regulatory PRB. And I'm always on the lookout for something that we're not involved in that maybe we should be. But I would say, at any district, if you have an issue or a concern about a smaller project that maybe might not be on PAO's radar, I would just say, bring it to their attention, have a conversation. That's what I would want to happen at Norfolk, is somebody to just say, hey, I don't think you guys are engaged on this. Do you want to be? And at that point, I would definitely get involved if we weren't already. Does that answer the question, Laura? All right. It says, Richard says, PAO is the lead on public affairs. However, to better understand communicating with the media, a good prospect course is risk communication, public participation. Definitely would. So risk communication is also a class that PAOs attend. And I definitely say, if you have an opportunity to attend risk communication and public participation, it's a great course. I definitely recommend it. Risk communication, excuse me, sorry. Risk communication does kind of bring up one of the key elements that I think has become forefront of communication in the last 5 years, and that's the emotional aspect of communicating any topic, and how to deal with those emotional responses. So definitely great training.
Yeah, and just to add to that, with the National Inventory of Dams, the Corps is pushing out inundation maps. So there's more of a level of being transparent and trusting that people get the information that they need for their life and safety decisions. But at the same time, there's a need with that for public affairs to help educate, engage, and sort of sometimes translate. So we're in the trend of sharing more information with people than I think maybe ever before. And so with that, there comes some extra responsibilities, I think, that go with it. And I see a question from Ravi from our district asking about aerial and drone uses for projects. Mark, I'm sure, has thoughts on that too. In my experience, it's easiest if the non-federal sponsor or the partner does it, just to avoid sort of the Army regulations on that topic. So if there's a partner that's engaged in a project and it's not at like a core dam or something, if it's just on, say, state property, it's definitely easier in my experience, but it's one of those things that's evolved. We have one project where our contractor is following the Army process for that to get aerials, and I think it's working well from what I've heard, but it's a topic that's evolved. And Mark, I'm sure you have some thoughts on that one.
Yeah, so Norfolk was the first district to have, well, its public affairs team had its own UAS until we got grounded, and the Army kind of changed the rules. So all I understand, Ravi, as far as updates, is that the training requirements have changed. So they no longer require Part 107 certification, but there is a training course. And if you don't have in your GIS there, if you don't have a representative who's kind of the liaison for the core aviation aspects, then I would reach out to Patrick Bloodgood at the headquarters on the public affairs team there, and he can probably point you in the right direction. But I agree with Steve. Sometimes it's a lot easier. We are going through the process here to get one of our team members certified since Patrick has moved on. so that they can fly. And you know, I will tell you from my perspective, that footage can't be beat in the public space. It just adds so much value. So, you know, if you can get it either through a team member at your own district or through a contractor, then it definitely adds value. I wanted to circle back to Richard's comment about risk communication and public participation. I would also say that if you have a public participation cadre member in your district, it's also good to engage them either as the PM or to ask your PAO to engage them because they definitely add a different level of perspective with regard to public participation. All right, I don't see any more questions. So I would just like to say, you know, as kind of my closing argument, you know, when I came to the district, this was my cause. This was the thing that I wanted to champion. You know, every time I attend a meeting for the Corps, and probably the same for everybody on this call, we hear about project delivery. Like that's what drives us. That's our organizational heartbeat, right? Is project delivery. And I couldn't understand why I was now leading a shop that was kind of outside of that main artery of activity. We were kind of like the communication fire department. People came to us with issues and they wanted us to put out fires. So for the last 14 years, what I've done is tried to build a team that I could integrate with all the other professionals in my building who are part of the heartbeat, part of that project delivery. And you as PMs, you represent that. You are leading that charge. And I would say to you that you have some talented professional people on your public affairs teams who, if you're not involving them for anything other than fire management, you're not utilizing them the best way they could be utilized. So invite them to your team, include them in the conversations, and I guarantee you, you will not be disappointed in the support and the effort they provide.
And I couldn't say it better than that, Mark. So yeah, that's absolutely true. And we're a smaller shop in my district, but we strive to integrate ourselves, but we also welcome that back and forth with PMs and welcome the opportunity to engage even on the smallest projects that may not be on our radar. Please keep us in mind. Please consider integrating us early, and we'll do the same. And we definitely appreciate all the questions and time today. So thank you, guys.
Great. Hey, thanks so much, Mark and Steve. Great presentation. I think you may have seen the comment from Joe there, and I'll echo that. You know, there's a lot of folks out here that aren't or weren't aware of what all the involvement capabilities are from PAO. So thanks for briefing us on that and kind of getting us into the day in the life and your exposure and experience and opportunity. So hopefully you get more PMs out here taking advantage of your resources and integrating you into that delivery team. And so I think that's it for today. So we'll wrap up. We're going to be back online tomorrow. 7:45 is kind of when we'll open up the WebEx session, but we're really going to kick off at 8 a.m. with session number 5, integrating real estate. And so I think, Amy, do you have any closing comments before we close up today?
I just want to thank everybody. It's been great, and we'll see you back here tomorrow. Thanks, Todd, for doing a great job facilitating.
Yeah, thanks all. Thanks again for joining. We'll see you tomorrow.